Hello, hello. How you guys doing? What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Real quick, let me know if my audio is weird, because I'm kind of struggling with it lately. Hey, how's everyone doing? Cool. I thought there might be an echo. Let me know if that's better. Hopefully that's better. Or let me know if it's still weird. Better. Okay. So, yeah, it's I gotta figure it out still, but I think looks like it's all right for now. Sweet. So, yeah, guys. Basically, I'm just going to be analyzing games for players who are playing in the Dojo classical tournament that we're holding this month. So this is our like weekly tournament that we're doing like one game a week. So if anyone has a game from that that you'd like to submit, you just simply need to message me in Discord, or you can whisper to Dojo on Twitch. But I would prefer that you guys send me the game on Discord. I think that would actually be easier for me to track. If you don't have Discord, then you can message me in Twitch. Yeah, Joel, so for you, actually, is this, was this the Dojo? Oh, this is from the Dojo Classic, great. So the game you sent me, that's your classical game, right? It says standard, I just don't see the time control. The PGen's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same game. So yeah, just message me on Discord, guys. It doesn't have to be from the last round, just has to be from the classical tournament. So if it's your round one game, that's fine. Okay, classical game, cool, awesome. Okay, great. 90-10, huh? You didn't do the 90-30? Okay, great. And we'll just, we'll just take a look at the games. And, oh, 90-30, good. No worries, it's all good. So we'll take a, brief look at each game, and what I'd ask from you guys, when you submit the game actually is, just to let me know if you, if you have like a specific question or two about the game. That would give us a really good starting off point. So if you're not sure what to do in the middle game, you're, interested in how to play the end game. Yeah, if you guys could submit with your game a question or two that you're wondering about, or which moment you felt was kind of interesting to analyze, that would be great. I think that would be really good for the analysis. And then, yeah, hopefully we get some interesting games to look at. Okay, so I'm going to start with this game from Joel. He submitted this actually a couple days ago. Here we go. All right, we have Joel playing against Dubious Savant. So this is from, I think, under 1800 section probably. 1850, 90 plus 30. Cool. Man, full game. Yeah, so Joel, maybe you're in the chat. Maybe you can tell us a little bit how do you feel this game progressed for you? So what was your feeling about this game? Okay, so black was up 2 pawns after a double Danish. You're good, Scott. You're good. Yeah, so I see we went and took both pawns here. Honestly, here I would, in this position, just play d5 myself. And the reason I like this move here is because I just don't want to play into white's games. You know, I don't want to have to defend these weird positions where white gets like the 2 bishops. I kind of just want to equalize with black and get a normal game and play from there. So I've always been a fan of this kind of move, especially against c3. It makes sense because now white's knight is not getting out here so easily. Because essentially white is going to be left with like this isolated queen pawn. And this is a structure that I feel like is very, very comfortable for black. All the pieces have like extremely simple squares to go to. You can castle queenside, castle kingside. And for me, this is like just easier position to play compared to going into these positions. Objectively, of course, this is very, very playable for black. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just really a matter of style. And my preference is not to defend against these kind of like sharp attacking positions from the opening. Because my feeling is that, okay, if I miss one idea here as black or one tactic, I might just get a horrible position or might get some serious attack. And so it kind of feels like a lot of pressure. Whereas I'd rather just get some kind of normal position where both sides can play without, you know, I don't want to be like walking on the minefield. But again, that's just my preference. So like there are lots of players out there who just want to play like the critical approach. And I think that's like, I mean, lots of, you know, super GMs think this way. So it's hard to criticize, you know, trying to just objectively play the best moves. Yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, I don't know the theory here, but we'll just take a look. So knight of 6, e5. We hit white with d5. So that looks interesting. Takes bishop b4 check. So we're throwing in this check, right? Because if we took here, then white might be able to either throw queen e2 check or f takes g7. But yeah, some combination of these moves seems quite annoying. Although still black might have like bishop b4, so it feels extremely sharp. Yeah. But okay, let's just see what happened first and we'll go back. So check, bishop c3 we traded. And we won our piece back. Queen e2 check, bishop e6, rook d1, queen takes f6, knight d5. So white, yeah, just playing for full initiative here. Queen d8. That looks kind of forced for the moment. Queen e5. Then we move castles. Takes. Knight d7. d6. Rook e8. Then white play knight e2. Rook c8. Takes. Queen a5 check. c3. Takes. Takes. Ended up, wait, losing a piece here. Huh. Okay, so there is some tactics here that we'll have to try to, like, figure out. Because, yeah, game got really sharp. So we end up going down a piece. We get the pin, though. Takes. Queen b3. Wow, somehow we end up here. And, actually doesn't... Seems like black should be okay. You're up 2 pawns, and white has, like, 1 threat, you know. But we should be able to defend against this one. We take the pawn. So again, 2 pawns up. But let's see what happens here. Oh no. Wait, but takes, check. Oh no. So we end up hanging something. Yeah, it looks like you're doing really well. So maybe we can just start by talking about this moment, then we can go back. So what was the time situation like here? That's always the most important question, the most painful question, but one of the most important questions, because... So yeah, 20 minutes, yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, so if it was like, right, 30 seconds, then, you know, you're allowed to blunder. 20 minutes, man, you gotta be careful. It was actually, I mean, up until this point, I feel like it's pretty reasonable game so far for you. Like, we haven't really analyzed the game, but I didn't see any, like, you know, obvious howlers or anything. So it's like very decent game. It's kind of a shame to spoil it. I mean, even at this point, it's still not exactly easy for black, but I imagine should be good. Hey, what's up, Chess Society? Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're just analyzing some classical games from our Dojo tournament. So come on in. You're very welcome. Thanks for the raid. Maybe we could get a shout out for Chess Society. Yeah, welcome. Right, I was thinking queen c4 here. That definitely makes sense. It guards against white's threat of queen takes. It sets up our own threat of rook takes d2 followed by queen c1 check. So that looks nice. And white will definitely have to deal with this threat. So queen takes a7 we can kind of rule out. And if rook takes c2, queen takes c2, looks like we have everything under control. We get nice tempo against the rook. Basically, my evaluation here is that I think black needs like one tempo to kind of stabilize. And if you stabilize the position and you just challenge white's active queen, then seems like we should just have 2 extra pawns, very, very healthy extra pawns, which normally going to be like decisive advantage. So if, for example, we just end up getting something like this, just as a sample line, and then white ends up taking this one, this is like just GG, very, very easy to win this one. The pawns just kind of help each other push, and white's rook is hopeless. And even if white keeps the queen, which is objectively the better try, there's like very, very little danger to our king here as long as we just keep everything solid. So slowly but surely black should win this one. Might take like, you know, 20, 30 moves from here, but it's very straightforward. So we basically just had to find like one kind of accurate move here. Maybe I'm missing some resource for white that like kind of makes things tricky. Sure, white could try like rook d7 or something, but d7 doesn't exactly. There's also rook d8 check. Actually, we should just make sure that this one is not killing us. But rook d8 we take. We go king to g7 and feels like no good checks for white. We of course have big back rank threat, and we can like try to trade off rooks next. If white goes rook d1, like rook c1 looks very good. So any rook trade, any queen trade, if we keep our 2 extra pawns, should be pretty good for black. Yeah, so that's kind of unfortunate. That's like just one solid move and you win the game. And I would say like pretty high quality game, you know, because we were under a lot of pressure. Now, as far as you played this middle game part, I mean, just first glance, it looks quite solid. Like, just optically, I don't see any moves, but of course there might be like some concrete stuff in this position, and I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here objectively. For example, king f1 is a move, you know, like worth analyzing. Trying to avoid the queen trade and taking on g7 next if possible, like queen e2, check fg7, and then just trying to develop. So yeah, I've never been a fan of this kind of position as black, because you might be like winning and, you know, engine thinks everything is great, but it's like still your king is like under heavy fire, and you have to try to figure out, you know, like we're gonna take here and then like mobilize these pawns. And so I don't know, some position like this to me feels yeah, extremely messy. So I would definitely check this one very carefully and make sure that this is something that you really want to repeat. Because for me, it's like, okay, again, you play d5, you get this position, and like you're just cruising here. You know, you just have like such simple development. So that's just my point of view. Okay, let's just quickly take a look here. So queen d8, queen e5, castles. Castles was great, by the way. I just think like fantastic move, because it's very scary to castle and allow this one, but knight d7, you're also developing, and now it's white's king that's kind of behind. And so Of course, white could have taken here, but I'm not sure we're like too worried about that as black, right? If we just quickly take a look at this line, my guess is you would take on e5, sacrifice the exchange kind of, but get a ton of activity. Oh, what exchange? Hold on, what exchange? We're just up 2 pawns. Excuse me. What exchange? Sorry. I got confused because I saw knight takes 8. Oh, we're losing. No. We're basically just trading queens here and rooks. White grabbed the rook. We're grabbing a queen. White grabs a queen. We grab a rook. Equal trade, and okay, black just winning here. So that I think was nicely calculated. And queen d6, rook e8. Okay, definitely. I'm not sure about this move because we have like a million options here. So there's like queen g5, rook c8. Maybe a knight move. It feels like, yeah, so many moves worth calculating. I don't even know. Maybe we could just pause at this position for a sec and see what we can, because queen g5 is very tempting, threatening to take on g2. Rook c8 is going to allow knight takes e6, so we have to be a little bit worried about not just losing a piece for not much there. This bishop g4 might be a move because that kind of hits the rook and gets the bishop off of the attack. Yeah, knight b6 definitely candidate move here. No, I think knight b6 100% worth exploring. In fact, it's a really interesting move because it's quite forcing. So I guess the critical thing might be if white takes on a8, right? Because if queen takes d8, rook takes d8, then black is just 2 pawns up. So this has to be critical. And now I would think we have a pleasant choice between taking this one or going for the endgame. Honestly, I think both are fairly plausible for black. Because we'll have 2 pawns for the exchange, so that's quite a bit of compensation, and like these 2 pawns could be really healthy. So I think it's worth considering. I'm not sure if it's necessarily great for black, but definitely worth considering. Oh no, you got banned. What happened, dude? Why'd you get banned? Let's look at this one first. I'm just curious. Let's say take, rook takes. My experience in these positions is that even if white is like slightly better with the exchange, although it's very close because we have 2 pawns for it, even if white is slightly better, black has a lot of fun chances because you have your plan, right? You move the pawns forward. So let's say just for example, knight e2, we go knight d5. I think would be a very interesting move. Not sure if it's good actually. There's knight d4. Knight d4 is a little bit annoying. But if we could just get our pawns to like b5, a5, b4 and get them rolling, I think they could be quite dangerous. So to me, this position would feel extremely unclear. But this knight d4 move is certainly an annoying resource for white. In fact, maybe king f8, king e7 would be the right move here. Because king e7, king f8, knight d4, king e7, and rook is just kind of is very awkward. Like white has to go knight b5, and that doesn't look nice for white. So maybe like let's say king f8. I don't know. I think to me like usually it feels like the side with the pawns has the practical chances. Nice job, Demon. Nice job. Sorry, buddy. I'm not sure actually which channel you're talking about. But that's unfortunate. Hopefully you can get unbanned. Eels with feels. Okay, I don't even know them. Yeah, sorry. So this honestly feels very, very playable for black. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that. We can check computer eval actually. I would just be curious. Yeah, it actually just says equal, just dead even. 92 is kind of white's best move to try to use one of these squares, and then okay, king f8 is not bad, and so position is approximately balanced. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not an easy exchange sacrifice to make, but hopefully it kind of you know, kind of just seeing that position gives us a nice reference point. There are other moves worth considering as well, like this one. But okay, rook e8 is hard to argue with because you defend against 96, and then if white takes here, I guess we're still sacrificing the exchange, but like in the other position, I would say black is decent compensation here. Though with queens on the board, I don't know, it does feel like white's queen is kind of more active. Oh, not queen takes the... Oh, what was the idea then? Queen g5? Queen a5 check maybe? I see, queen a5 check. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. So queen d2, we have c3. So we keep the initiative. So let's say king f1, rook takes e8. Yeah. So it's similar. We're playing for compensation. Here white owes us some time, right? Because the king has to get out of the way. And we can use that time to either get our pawns moving, which would be really nice, like b4, c3. Maybe taking on a2 one day. Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of like black's chances here as well. Oh, Joel's saying there's a nice line. So here, queen d2, c3. Yeah, I wasn't really seeing a move here for white that makes a huge difference. But I'm willing to be wrong, because it just looks like rook takes is good. Yeah, this looks like it's pretty good for black. Right, in the game, 92 here takes on e6, check queen d2. Yeah, here it was different because white took on e6, and so this knight is always hanging. Although we ended up fine. So after this move, it was seems like we got our full compensation. Yeah. Oh, after 96. Yeah, queen a5 check, queen d2. c3. Oh, here there's a nice defense for white. Okay, so Joel's saying that this one was just losing for white. Queen c2 takes in here. So instead, white has a way to deal with this. I guess first thought would be queen d5 to challenge the checking piece. Because usually if when you're scared of a discovery, that's what you want to do. You want to attack the checking piece. But I don't know. During a game, I would want to calculate this for quite some time. Yeah, so queen d5 takes, rook takes, c2, then king d2, right? Oh, queen g5, other option. Oh, another way. Wow. So queen g5 hits this one and this one. So that's kind of nice, because then when black takes, white saves the knight from capture. And then black's pawn is getting stuck. Wow, yeah, queen g5, that's... Yeah, that's very cool. Okay, well, this is computer stuff. I wouldn't worry about missing it. Yeah, not easy to see. I mean, maybe here, like, you have one move. It's possible. Honestly, it's possible. From afar, I think it's difficult. Here, if he pauses white, I think it's not crazy. Especially if you see this one first, and then you're not sure about that one. Okay, Joe. Well, yeah, some interesting tactics. Yeah. Oh, back when you play rook e8. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at this one. I was also thinking queen g5 here. So this looked supernatural to try to take on g2. So yeah, knight e6. Let's say we take here. Oh, there's queen d5 maybe. But if white is taking on d7, I think that this is okay for black. Like, either we take here with some checks, or we even can go here. Okay, there could be nice line here. Let's say rook e8, for example. Not sure if this is working, but queen d5. White tries to, like, defend the rook. We take. Knight e2. And now black to play. I think it's working. Yeah. What do you think, guys? Who's got their tactics brain on? Let's go, guys. Black to play. Rook e2, bravo, yeah. And white's king has to step in front of the rook. Yeah. So I don't know if it's working objectively, but definitely, like, yeah, definitely worth considering, because it looks very, very dangerous for white. But anyway, so, like, here's the thing. It's not about how many computer lines you find or don't find. I think in general it's more about, like, whether your moves are reasonable and, like, you know, if you're missing some obvious candidates. From what I see, it's honestly not that bad. What's the other move we haven't considered? Oh, bishop g4. Yeah, this is a move I mentioned. I thought it was interesting because you get the bishop away from the knight with tempo. But then, of course, white plays like f3, right? And we haven't really solved our problems as black. You know, the variation continues. So here I really wasn't sure what to do. Guess we could try this one and just take. Oh, well, maybe rook c8 solves the problems, but here we still have like 3 pieces under attack. So, so rook c8, that's the computer move. Yeah. Bishop g4 is not like so much of a computer move, but then playing bishop g4, f3, and then rook c8. That's the computer stuff, where it's like this one's hanging, but engine just sees instantly, right? Rook takes and defends the knight. Then you keep your stuff. Yeah, that's an accurate one. I mean, it's hard to say whether you should have seen it. My guess is on knight d5, then black is okay because we're just keeping like 2 extra pawns. So like we have rook e8 check, and then bishop can move, and yeah, black just should be just totally winning. Right, someone like Geary would have seen it, yeah. And hopefully with enough time I would find this as well, because it doesn't seem like that complicated. But I would say it's also not simple in a position where you have like 4 or 5 interesting candidate moves. Like to miss one, I don't know. Well, to answer your question, I don't think it's a big deal. It would be nice to see it, but it is computery. You know, when we first saw the position, I wasn't just like immediately, oh, bishop g4, rook c8, you know, obvious, right? Now I would focus more on this one, right? Because this is the kind of blunder that loses you the game. No, see, Joel, I think that's wrong. You should regret this move more than you regret bishop g4. Yeah, bishop g4, you know, you'll miss candidate moves all the time. But this is one you could be on top of, right? This is one could be in your control. Okay, well, what can I say? Interesting game. I'm gonna go to our next one here. Okay, so next one I got was from Seth. Seth, are you still in the chat? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. Okay, let me throw Seth's game in here. So Seth wants to know where did his advantage slip after being up in the opening. Okay, let's take a look. So we got Sicilian. Looks like Sveshnikov. Okay, knight b3, bishop b4. d5 looks good. We took here, makes sense. We went a pawn, bishop d7, bishop a3. So that seems like a slip, allowing bishop a3. Because once I see this, now it looks really dangerous. So unless black has like a fantastic way to untangle here, I think knight e7, maybe only try, could be a concern. But let's see. So takes, trades queens, knight d7, q1 rook c8, takes, f6, f4. Still white is putting pressure. Rook c4, d2. Yeah, white kept the pressure. Okay, but eventually ends up winning the pawn back. Oh, yeah, sorry. We can go back. I just wanted to see kind of how the game progressed, just to get like a sense of what happened. But now we have like basically, this is just like a new game now. This is just close to equal endgame, you know, bishop versus knight. We can talk about that one all day. Yeah. So here, I guess my first thought would make sure to castle. So either castles or queen takes d1 if you just want to guarantee the rook, the queen trade. So let's just say we're up a pawn, we want to trade queens, and then we castle. So this should be something we considered. But what exactly did you not like about this, Seth? Or was it more that just, you know, in the game you missed bishop a3? So in the game, bishop d7, everything is fine if white doesn't find this move. But of course, that one is kind of a killer. So if we simply miss bishop a3, then that's kind of a different, you know, issue. Right, I got you. So yeah, it's not really like a valuation problem, because had you noticed this move, you probably would have realized like, uh-oh, this looks tricky. Although you might be fine after knight e7. It's just, you know, not something we generally want to allow if we can avoid it. So had you noticed this one, then you can compare, you know, this position to, let's say, this position. And here, even if white is able to maybe win the pawn back, or kind of have some weakness to play against, of course your king is never in danger. So from practical point of view, I would look for a position when my king is safe. Maybe white is getting the pawn back, maybe not, but chances are either you keep your extra pawn, or you might be able to like give it back in a way that gives you some other like lead in initiative or some other advantage, right? You can kind of transform your advantage. It's a really weird structure, by the way. I don't even know. It's like both sides have double pawns. You have one extra. I think white maybe has some compensation, but I don't know. To me, it feels like your pieces are coming out perfectly fine. So I would evaluate this one as black. Black is just kind of slightly better or pushing. Yeah, and if you both have weaknesses, you know, at least you have one more weakness that white has to spend. You know, if nothing else, your extra pawn is a tempo that white has to spend capturing it. So that can always be useful. But this one would be a difficult endgame. Definitely we're like approaching, you know, opposite color bishops at some point. And that gives white some drawing chances, but at the same time it gives you like, long-term kind of like pushing chances, because with opposite color bishops and rooks on the board, you can literally just push and press forward for many moves. So yeah. So Seth, let me ask you this: Bishop d7. What did you expect white to play at this point? Because white has other options too, like knight c5 and maybe queen d6. Oops. Bishop g5. Yeah. So maybe we should be kind of giving more like, putting more of a search, you know, for the opponent's moves, especially because from white's point of view, white's down a pawn, white is trying to create initiative. So you kind of have to put yourself in your opponent's shoes and be like, okay, how is white going to try to attack? So when we're calculating, we really have to try to look at multiple options for the opponent if we have time. Because the opponent is going to be looking for multiple ideas, and you might not see, you know, their move at first, but with enough time, then you kind of notice like, okay, you see knight c5, then maybe you see like, oh, queen d6 is a problem, like, oh, but queen d6, I can go queen e7, oh, maybe queen d6, queen e7, bishop a3, what's going on there? Then you realize, oh wait, white can go like bishop a3 immediately. Uh-oh, I don't want that. Okay, stop calculating, no more bishop d7. I think I got a castle here. So that's kind of how like the thought process could go, but you really have to look for as many possible ideas for the opponent as you can, because we are under some pressure here. It's not like white just has, you know, no compensation. I don't know. I think there are different ways of looking at the position. You could also just say out of principle that you want to do queen takes d1 because you're up a pawn and you want to trade into the endgame. And it is also like a very forcing move. In fact, we can throw in bishop g4 here, which I think is totally reasonable. And white's rook kind of has to commit either rook d6 or maybe getting off of the file. So I don't know, let's see. Rook d6. King e7 we won't want because of bishop a3. But, yeah, seems like rook d8 here would be quite okay. Just kind of challenging white's rook and trying to trade off. How is castle not first thought? That was my first thought. When we first looked at this position, I said black should castle. But then I got here again, I was like, oh, maybe it's worth it to win extra tempo, because it might be nice to throw in this move. And here I think black definitely has an advantage as well. We keep our extra pawn. Now your king can just be nice and active on c7, contributing, and of course rook is going to try to get out to d8. So I think I would imagine black being better here as well. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. So castles. So what were you thinking about German d4 in this position? Yeah, wait, let me answer the question here. So there was a check here. I'm not sure if this was what the question was about, but then white can't take the pawn because of the back rank. So this is black kind of taking advantage of white's lack of development. So to me, this one kind of like, it makes sense, but okay, I'm not really checking with the engine too much, so just giving you guys my impressions. So, I mean, d4 feels like black should definitely be okay here, but I mean, takes and takes is a pawn, so yeah, I would say these positions are not that simple for black, because when we play g6, it always allows the bishop like some squares. So yeah, this one basically I evaluate as like close to equal. Whereas if we go for this endgame, I think black is at least slightly better. So that would be kind of how, yeah, I evaluate these positions here. Okay, so let's see here. Rook c8. Yeah, definitely an argument to be made here for f5, but I'm not sure what's going on with the tactics and if we can hold on to this one. But just strategically, what's the issue with rook c8? The issue is that like we're trading off potentially a strong pawn for one of white's like weaknesses that we'll always be able, you know, to take in the future. So if this is not necessary, yeah, I would really want to see if I can make this one work, because then of course we can always pile up on this one in the future. So f3 would be kind of like the first concern, but not quite seeing like huge problem. Like take, rook takes, and then e5 is defended. We just have to defend f5. So maybe like rook f8 or something, but I don't know, maybe we're still under some pressure there. Yeah, this one I would encourage you to analyze, because for me, definitely feels like the right move, but of course there could be something wrong with it. Now, an interesting option I would definitely consider, like in a blitz game, in a classical game I would want to spend more time, would be to let's just say like, okay, f3 is coming, maybe this is a lot of pressure, we don't want to deal with it. If we want to give the pawn back but keep some of our own pressure, maybe we go rook c8 here. Sorry, on f3 we go rook c8, fe4, we play f4, right, to kind of keep white from being able to open up any lines. So we give the pawn back, but our idea is now we're just going to play for the positional advantage, because white is still left with like these very ugly double pawns. And this is a structure, if you think about like the Sicilian dragon, this is something where black often sacrifices in exchange just to give white this structure. Not usually in the endgame, usually it's more about attacking the king, but sometimes the compensation like carries over into the endgame, and you can see positions like in the Sicilian where black is down in exchange but has nice compensation, playing against these very, very static weaknesses. So I don't know, again, it's still concrete, it depends if white has time to try to create some play, but this may be just an interesting option to consider. Like our next move could be knight b6, knight c4. Of course, we are threatening to maybe just take this one, so white has to kind of deal with that too. Yeah, in the meantime, it's not really obvious how white is getting the knight to the d5 square, yeah, so kind of interesting option. But to be honest, I don't see a huge issue here, although maybe there's some tactical stuff that is going to be bothering us, but not really sure. It feels like we might be able to keep everything defended. Yeah, knight c5 definitely would be a thought here. I was thinking take e4, although I'm realizing, hold on, take, there's rook e5. Oh, rook e5 is a real killer. No, rook e5 b6. Rook e5 b6, we're okay. And then rook e3, rook f7, we keep the piece. So takes e4. We're still up a pawn, but white has a little bit of pressure still, but feels like we're, yeah, feels like we're more or less fine here as black. I don't see how white is getting the pawn or like full compensation. Maybe a little compensation, but full compensation feels like a real, yeah, seems like black is just good. So definitely worth exploring these lines as well. Okay, from here, I mean, honestly, this all felt like quite logical. And then I'm not sure how, oh, whoops, well. Oh wow, check was surprisingly annoying. Man, bummer. So what does that mean? If you just move the rook, then you're still okay. Yeah, it looks like check just won the game. That's unfortunate. Hey, thanks Joel with the sub. Hey, we got a raid as well from FroyaChess, always raiding us. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just analyzing some viewer games here. Actually, I think finishing up with this one more or less. Yeah, that's not exactly an obvious trick, but maybe we should have been more careful. What was the time like, Seth? Most important question. What was the time? What was the time at the point of the blunder? Oh, thanks for the shout out. Yeah, thanks for shouting out, Freya. Now, rook f7. Yeah, also defends, right, against the 7th rank. Yeah. Yeah. And then it's like, I mean, kind of balanced. I mean, the bishop is supposed to be better than the knight because it can fight all over the board, but at the same time, white also has split pawns, so that's kind of a nice structural advantage for black. Our pawns are a little bit more solid, they can defend each other. So probably about balanced objectively. 10 minutes to like 50. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know Seth either. Yeah, but anyway, interesting game. I mean, I thought some interesting moments there. Especially this one out of the opening. When we're dealing with the initiative, I think we really want to try to like, you want to try to fix your problems, you know. Bishop d7, in spirit, it gives white like a lot of options, and we're not like completing our development with castling. So, I don't know. Yeah, feels maybe slightly slow. I mean, I get that we're playing against like bishop takes c6, but at the same time it's, yeah, not very forcing and, right, giving white kind of like an open hand to just make any move. And there could have been other moves, honestly, like knight c5 also is, I'm not sure what's going on here, but doesn't look super pleasant for black here. So yeah, I think we kind of want to try to be more forceful when we have the extra pawn and maybe be a little bit cleaner about it. So yeah, knight c5, castling, yeah, maybe takes, and then if we go for the endgame, I mean, this is similar to what we got earlier. Something like this. But then there's no reason to go bishop d7, I think. If we're just gonna get into some kind of position like this, or is similar, like white gets some nagging compensation, but black should probably be doing quite good with careful play. Right, there's also this one. I don't know what's going on here. That's kind of... That might be a big deal. This knight comes back and defends. Yeah, I don't know if we're okay anymore. Because now we lost the pawn and white still has the compensation. So this... Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Well, okay, Seth. Hopefully that was helpful. Some interesting decisions in there. So thank you for sharing. Okay, next up we have Paul 1E4. Let me know, Paul, if you're in the chat. Otherwise, we can come back to you. Also got a game from Dor. And Nordovic sent one in. Okay, Paul's here. Great. All right, let's go to Paul's game. I appreciate you guys sharing your games, by the way. I mean, it just gives us good material to work with. So hopefully instructive for everyone. All right, so this is Paul's game. So Paul says, I'm wondering just how my game fell apart so quickly, whether I was wrong to exchange the heavy pieces, and if there was any way to save the game after I lost the A pawn. Okay, let's take a look. So what did we get here? We got open Sicilian. Knight c3, e5. Okay. Thanks for following, by the way, guys. Much appreciated. Okay, so first moment here, actually, black kind of plays weird, a weird type of knight orf. I don't know if you noticed this one, but black is playing the knight orf, but without having developed the knight to f6. And this is actually a little bit dubious because this lets you put the knight on f5. I actually have what I believe is a good lecture on this on our YouTube channel because this is a thing that comes up a lot. But I did a video on like Sicilian move orders. I think it was like a Post-Mortem stream. And, you know, it was just the same exact lesson that we could get into here. So I'm just going to copy the link and post in chat. If you want like a further detail here in terms of how to actually handle these different like Sicilian move orders. But basically, yeah, you did everything fine. And when black plays e5, ultimately we would love to play knight f5. So this is white's first choice. That's kind of the point we want to remember, is that this is our number one choice if we could just put the knight anywhere. The problem with this one is that it often runs into d5. So even though we would like to make this move, d5 often ends up being an issue because it undermines the knight. But here, d5 is not a problem because we have enough pieces covering it, so our pawn is not doesn't need to leave the e4 square, and we just win the pawn and black has nothing. So this is kind of the difference, right? So when black plays knight orf, and let's say we play bishop e3 and black goes e5 here. So here we would love to play knight f5, but we can't because now this d5 move is actually quite strong. So if we just take a look at what happens here after knight takes d5, black can take. And if we play queen takes d5, we just don't have enough pieces to keep the knight on f5 defended, and so black ends up with an extra piece. So that's the problem in like the normal lines, and that's why you rarely see the knight going to f5. But when black is choosing like a weird move order, then I would think knight f5 is actually pretty strong if you can get away with it. Bishop takes f5, yeah, definitely consideration. My opinion on these, basically pretty much whenever we get this, is that white's light squared bishop, the power of it, just fully compensates for the weakness of the pawn. So we can like look at a few
ideas here, but basically bishop comes to c4, white can castle, you can even give this pawn if black is going to spend the time taking it, and the light square bishop is just going to be extremely strong. No, I don't agree that we've lost the center. I think white has full control over the center, actually, because black is not getting in on the light squares. So we're going to castle, go f4, and yeah, black's position is, I think, very risky here, because the light square bishop is just so strong. Yeah, maybe bishop g5. But if we're controlling this square, then we're doing good. Joel, what's this? Yikes! I don't understand. Okay, Joel, you gotta revisit your Nimzovich. No, white is definitely clearly better here. Okay. So Paul, that's how you kind of exploit this one. But this is a calculation you have to make during the game. So I go into more detail in that YouTube video I linked earlier. But this is the move you want to make work when you can. But it's something you have to calculate during the game. So if black goes e5, you try to go knight f5. And if you're running into d5 or some other issue, then you can't make the move. And then you got to put your knight somewhere else. So second choice could be knight b3. Or you can even consider knight e2, knight g3, or like you play knight f3. But here the right move would be knight f5. But definitely check out that video, because there's different move orders. There's like black goes knight f6, and then e5, and then you got to learn how to deal with this one, and so on and so forth. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the game. Okay, so I kind of like what we did here. Knight g5, we go after the light square bishop, we take it. Bishop d3. Absolutely fine. c3, knight c5. Take on b4. Get some trades. We'll go back. I just want to kind of see how the game progressed. Because Paul's question was basically like, what happened here? Why did I go wrong? I like this rook c1 move, Paul. That shows some tactical confidence, huh? You're not worried about your bishop. That's good. Unfortunately, things end up going downhill. So basically, in the end game, we ended up getting outmaneuvered here a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I think everything was going more or less fine. Obviously, we can talk a lot about the opening, but let's just say you played it okay. I like knight g5. You took here. Bishop d3 was, to me, it looks like a nice move because you're defending the pawn and creating a square for your knight. So I'm okay with this one as well. Yeah, so here is where we can definitely start talking about what to do. We played c3, I guess, to try to get our knight back into the game, because we could have also considered a3, and with the same idea, but trying to get the rook into the game. But this move a3 is also still fighting for that c3 square for your knight, but with the added benefit that we don't weaken this d3 bishop. So if black goes knight c5, maybe all we need to do is worry about this e4 pawn. So maybe go knight g3 here, or f3. Maybe we even take on c5. But I would think your position is good here. Actually, I don't want to take on c5 in any position where our queen is pinned, because then c4 is coming and that's going to be really annoying. So I only want to take if I can play bishop c4 in that position. Would be nice if we could find a way to set this up, but don't quite see it. Also, black can just take with the rook, so Well, I don't know. If black takes with the rook, then this one is hanging. Yeah, tricky position. I think we should just move around here and then we'll figure it out. So queen b3, d5. Takes, and we took here. But maybe we didn't have to take at this moment. Okay, Paul, let's maybe pause here. Maybe we didn't have to take. Did you have any thoughts about this position? Because for the moment, black's pawn is pinned, right? So that kind of gives us a move not to release the tension. Because maybe we don't want to yet. Maybe we have a more useful move here. Oh, I like c4 in that position, Joel. And to quickly answer, I like c4. Yeah, I guess like so. My thinking would be maybe if white takes on e4, we can take on e6 still. So like, Paul, let me get you right. Did we miss that this one is just hanging, or did you see that but you just said, you know, regardless of that, I still don't want to let black take on e4. Just so I kind of get you clear. Because we definitely want to kind of notice that this one is hanging and black is under pressure. And that if black has to, like, at least black has to, we can force black to spend a tempo, right? Like, if black wants to take, then probably has to go like queen c6 to cover, and then can take. And even then, it's like our pawn is not really hanging, because whenever black's queen ends up on e4, it undefends the e6 pawn and we'll be able to take at the end. No, David, no, I haven't analyzed your game. No, you'll have to submit it. Yeah, so this is a position maybe, yeah, we kind of lost the tension a little bit because we could have forced black to spend another move and in the meantime done something like a3 or even a4, taking advantage of the fact that black can't take. Actually, the more I look at this, the more I like a4 because you have this nice en passant trick and like now you're just creating counterplay with your a-pawn. So it's not just about what black can do to you, it's actually about your own play. And to me, it feels like even if white might be slightly worse or possibly worse, which I'm not sure that you are, at least you're getting your counterplay with this passed pawn, and that's something that's going to be a problem for black in any kind of endgame. Whereas the endgame that we got in the game, especially after this nice move rook a8 by your opponent, I think black kind of had all the pressure here. So already at this point, feels like the position is quite nice for black. Despite the like double pawns, they look so ugly. What this pawn is doing is giving this knight like a fantastic outpost on d5, and that's just yeah, like very strong knight, and of course active rook, and okay, concretely black ends up winning a pawn here and basically just dominating this position. Thanks, Monkey Man, much appreciated. Much appreciated. So my feeling is that here we're already in danger of falling much worse, and I think that this endgame, I think we're like already in trouble in this endgame. Yeah, even if you play bishop f2 here, I don't quite see what's the difference here, Paul, after rook takes a2. Because to me, it just looks like, again, I guess we're covering the c5 square, so that's nice. So black's bishop doesn't get in as easily, but black's bishop will find a way to get in. You know, there's bishop g5 and coming in this way. To me, it still feels like white lost a pawn and is going to be under pressure here. Yeah, so I think regardless whether the bishop is on f2 or d2, white is definitely in trouble. Our mistakes have come earlier. Yeah, David, so I usually just analyze games when people are, you know, live in the chat, right? So if someone's not here, it's not that fun to analyze their game because you can't ask them questions, you can't like pick their brain about it. You know, it's kind of hard to go over it. and usually I like it when people kind of you know, they have a question about the game, not just they submit the game and, you know, then we just kind of analyze it blindly. It's like anything could have happened in the game. We have no idea. Yeah. But I'm happy to analyze your game on this show because yeah, I'll probably be doing this for another few hours probably. Okay, so Paul, my feeling is that this is where we start going wrong. C3 and then going for this. Yeah, David, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And then on knight c5, yeah. I mean, we're very close. I think if you... To me, if we play this move a4 here or a3 as well, just trying to trade off this pawn for black, I think you're in decent shape. It usually takes multiple mistakes right before we get into like a really bad position. So I think it's like we were under some pressure here because black kind of like seizes the center. But it was still maybe holdable, especially after a4. My feeling is white is okay. I'll check the evaluation on this one. I'm really curious. Yeah, engine even says white is slightly better here. So we were definitely very much okay at this point because black has some issues to solve. This one is hanging and this pawn is pushing. Yeah, once we took and played here, yeah, now black got a lot of time and the endgame was very nice for black. In fact, here I guess engine likes rook d1 at this point, which is kind of a nice idea, forcing black to take on b3, which looks weird because like we're doubling our pawns, but at the same time it's like hard for black to attack the a pawn now, so your pawns are kind of safer. And then if rook c2, I guess we just have rook d2 and we're holding this one. I think feels like black, we're under pressure, but we're holding. So yeah. So to me, this was kind of the last chance where you keep a good position, and then earlier definitely felt like c3 wasn't the right move here because somehow, yeah, our entire position feels very weakened. First glance, a3 with the intention of opening up the rook on the a file. That feels right. And then on knight c5, you're definitely not worried about this one. You just have to defend this pawn, so maybe f3 here, maybe knight g3. And I think we're very much okay. I mean, I feel like it's close to equal, but yeah, definitely we're doing fine here. All right, so those are the three moments, Paul. a3, a4, and then in the opening, do we remember the best move here? How we could have taken advantage of black's imprecise move order? Maybe the most critical thing. That's fine. But did you catch me when I was talking about this one earlier? Because I mentioned the best move here for white and the way to take advantage. Good. Okay, next time we'll go knight f5. Okay, but let's try to remember, because it's not like you just play knight f5 every time. What's the key move we need to calculate in order to make knight f5 work? There's one key move that we have to make sure that we have under control. D5, good. So as long as D5 is not working for black, presumably because you can just take it, then knight F5 is going to be safe. So another example would be if black were to play E5 in this position. Knight F5 here would be possible again. But again, we would want to think about D5. And here, once we see D5, we realize, uh-oh, knight is actually undermined. So then we realize, oh, knight F5 is not possible. But there are different ideas here. I think bishop B5 check would be the way to take advantage of this one, trading off the light squared bishops and then playing knight F5. So there can be different ideas here. Sometimes the immediate knight F5 doesn't work. But then we get bishop B5 check, we trade off the light squared bishops, then you do get your knight F5. So that's why in the knight, or if you notice that black plays A6 before going E5. So if they went E5 here, knight F5, D5, black is actually fine. Black is enough on the pawn to keep it defended. White's knight is going to be loose here. But instead, white can go bishop B5 and then trade off the light squared bishops, and then you get your knight F5 from there. What if black plays G6 after knight E5? Sure, so if G6, then if nothing else, the best thing to do would be to drop back to E3. Because then you get full control over the D5 square, which is the other kind of serious weakness in black's position. Maybe the main weakness, right? This F5 square is not a real weakness because black can actually defend it. But this D5 square, this is just your outpost for the rest of the game. So we'd go like bishop C4, castles, either knight CD5 or knight ED5. Actually, a lot of players, they go knight CD5 so that they can put their pawn on C3 and cover the D4 square. So then you get to use your D5 square and then you take away the D4 square from the opponent. So if black does something like this, for example, you go here, and if the knight goes to D4, you just kick it. And the knight doesn't get to stay here. So this would be kind of a nice way to play the position. Maybe even G3 here, just to really mess with black's knight. Okay, C4 instead of knight C3. I mean, maybe it's possible. I think we just get kind of like a hedgehog structure. So this would be very similar to like a Khan Sicilian, where black will take on this structure. Yeah, so this depends on if you want to play this one from white's point of view. But definitely this would be very playable for both sides. Yeah, I think certainly possible. Yeah. Because black didn't spend the tempo to go knight f6, so you can play knight c3. But objectively, I don't think there's anything wrong with knight c3. Like, if normally you're dealing with the knight orf, and you would get it via this move order, then after a6, knight c3, there's no way for black to really take advantage. So I think the best move for black would just be knight f6, and then you're back into knight orf. Yeah, but this is a matter of preference. Like if you're normally playing knight c3, I would say stick to knight c3. If you like the c4 lines, you can absolutely play c4 here as well, I believe. Okay, yeah, no, I did cover all this in a video, so I would encourage you guys to check it out if you want more detail on all these like Sicilian move orders, because we talk about like Marazzi bind and accelerated dragon and different like knight f5 ideas. So the link is in the chat. Can't put it any better than how it's explained in that video, I think. Okay, Paul, hope that was useful. Okay, next one from Dor. Dor, are you still around? Are you in the chat? Cool. Paul is done. Boom, analyzed. All right, Dora's here. Great. Next one. All right, Dora's playing black against Chess Gaines. And question is, what is black's middle game plan? Looked all right after 12 queen takes d4, but then went downhill very quickly. Okay, let's take a look. So we got this McKenna's attack. Yeah, Chess Gaines is strong. Chess Gaines is like 2200. c5, knight f3, h6, bishop d6, knight d7, knight d2, takes. We won a pawn, rook b1, queen h4, drop back, queen a4. Now again we're getting hit with this bishop a3, it looks brutal. So castles bishop a3. Doesn't even take the exchange, but it wins it anyway. And yeah, we were under huge pressure here. And I think losing. Yeah, it looks like he didn't really give you a lot of chances after that, I think. Yeah. Okay. No, Dor knows just to submit the losses. That's the ones you learn from the most. Yeah, I guess, man. Yeah, the question is whether white has full compensation here. It certainly has some, but it's not clear. Because we did something a little bit weird here. We have this threat bishop b2, so we go queen h4 to get out of the way, but then we allow knight e4, and then we got to move the bishop, and then queen a4, and now bishop a3 is coming in here. This already looks really problematic, right? Like, this looks bad, just really dangerous. If we have something here, I mean, to survive it, it feels like a little miracle. So, yeah, my first thought would be like, well, why didn't we just castle? And then on bishop b2, then we can go queen h4, g3, queen e7. You know, now we're castled, so we're not like not in as much trouble as in the game. Does that kind of make sense, or did you have some issue with this, like some concrete problem? Objectively, I don't know what's going on here, but it does look okay. I mean, knight e4, I would think about bishop e5 first and foremost. Try to challenge the bishop. But that's kind of my first instinct. I'm glad you're submitting this game, because this is like a tough defensive struggle. Knight d2 also annoying move, but yeah. So what didn't we like about castling here? Because that does feel like the move, the move we want to make. Knight f6 actually also interesting, but I think we might have issues. Like knight f6, bishop b2, queen h4, knight f3 looks dangerous. Hey, what's up, D-Shock? We met from the sub battle with GM Canty. Yeah, we're just reviewing games from our monthly classical tournament that's just ongoing year round the clock 24/7 classical tournament. So yeah, just looking at this position. So waiting on Dor to say exactly what he didn't like about castling here for black. Because yeah, we just got in trouble. Here it just looks already extremely difficult. Okay, bishop b2, knight f3, and then queen d4. Okay, so let's take a look. So we were worried about this one. Knight f3, sure, makes sense. Queen e7, queen d4. Okay, but looking at it now, does this seem like black is in trouble, or do you feel like black should be okay? And if so, how? You have to justify your conclusion. Yeah, Joel, I'm a big fan of it too. I mean, people need to practice their classical game, 100%. Wait, Dor says yes. Yes, what? Yes. So Dor says knight f6. Knight f6 might be okay. Honestly, I'm looking at different move. Yeah, I think black has another option here. Maybe someone else has some idea. But before knight f6, I think I would try to make another move here work for black. Yeah, e5, exactly. Yeah. Because with e5, you're not just shutting down the bishop, but you're also possibly opening up your own bishop, right? So it's like, how does white, where does white put the queen? Queen g4, queen e4, these run into some annoying tempos. e5 kind of feels like it shuts the whole thing down for white. If you get your knight on c5, you know, and you don't lose anything, you're just going to be up a very solid pawn, right? Your pieces come out, you're just up a pawn and crushing. So this could be like very strong. Queen f6, gotta be careful that we hang one. But so maybe queen e3 here to kind of keep an eye on e5 and make it hard for us to move the knight. But just first glance, doesn't feel like a position where white should really have enough. It seems like you don't have any huge weaknesses. You're very close to completing your development. If you really wanted to just like give the pawn back and develop like some position like this, I don't think would be necessarily worse for black, but we might not have to do that. That might be a little bit drastic. We have other moves here like rook e8. Actually can totally consider b6. Yeah, actually just keeping the pawn defended and then preparing to develop the bishop here. Of course, you take control over this square. And then if any queen e4 or something, then okay, just like rook moves or bishop a6. Actually doesn't seem like such a big deal. And then one day knight f6 will always, or f5 will always hit the queen. Yeah, to me it looks like, yeah, queen d4 just runs into very strong response, e5. Yeah. So it looks so simple, right? But of course you have to see it during the game. I mean, I might not even be right. You know, Engine might find something that kind of refutes all the lines. But again, I'm just trying to give you guys my approach. If I had this position over the board, what would I be thinking about and what would I play? So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because it actually looks quite nice for us. And then if this one, then we have bishop e5, I think, and we just try to neutralize white's pieces as best we can here. So kind of a tough one, Door. I mean, this is a really sharp opening. This line is pretty dangerous. But I think you handled it okay. I'm glad you took the pawn, you know, that this definitely shows courage, and I think it was the right thing to do. This is how you should play. If you think you can get away with taking the pawn, you should take it. You know, unless you have some obvious option that's just like clearly better, you know, something else. But now you just have to like check the game, review the opening, improve on it, make sure that you know how you're equalizing here. Did you analyze the game? Like, I didn't ask you how deep you knew this one, but this is an opening worth reviewing, because you'll see it again. A lot of players, they kind of like this line with white, this sharp e4. Queen e5, what position were we looking at there? Kind of depends, because if bishop b2, then there's no queen e5. If we go queen e5 here, this one I don't like because it runs into tempo. Knight f3 just attacks, defends, and then we have problems because their bishop on d6. So that one was the issue. This one is called the McKennis attack. Yeah, McKennis. Oh, e5 instead of c5. Yeah, I think that's I'm sure there's some theory here as well that you could look into. Yeah. Well, there you have it. I mean, this is the toughest pairing, right? Black against higher rated player. It just doesn't get tougher than that. Especially when they're not playing something you're super familiar with, like e4, d4. So I would say this is like a very typical struggle for players progressing through the ranks. Like dealing with higher rated players who hit you with like slightly offbeat stuff, like knight f3, English, c4, knight c3. Because, you know, when they play e4 or d4, okay, you have your main line, you've been playing it for years, you know, you can get a decent game. But when they play something unusual with white and you're not exactly sure, that's a tough hill to climb, but an important one. So everyone has to learn what to do against knight f3, c4. Eventually, guys, eventually. I would say it's like the like maybe 1800 plus 2000 range that really has to worry about this stuff. Before then, I don't think it matters too much. Yeah, well, it was a tough position, Dora. Yeah, that's definitely not surprising. Yeah, when we're under pressure, it's definitely tough. Okay, do I think the position is okay after queen takes d4? Oh, here, this queen takes d4. Right. I mean, if I had to say yeah. Like, if I had to choose, I would say yeah, but I would definitely consult with like an engine, because an engine might find some idea and then your opponent could know it, right? So I would double check with your computer. But optically, I don't see, after rook b1 castles, I don't see exactly how white kills you here. Maybe we missed something, but I don't see it. Maybe there's, yeah. Knight f3, queen e7. Yeah, I think it's okay to use the engine after you've kind of done some analysis. Like earlier you saw David, he was doing his deep analysis. And he was checking some of his lines with an engine just to confirm that like he evaluated quickly. So I think it's okay to use the engine to confirm your analysis or to, you know, refute your analysis. But the point is to do the analysis first. Yeah. Cheesy, I don't know if it's mixed signals. I think we just have our own different opinions on it. So I think the engine is a really good sparring partner, but I definitely understand when coaches say not to use the engine, because most people end up relying on the engine too much, and then they skip over the part where they actually analyze the game, and first they look at the engine, right? Like, how many of you guys, after playing your game in the tournament, immediately check the engine to see like what you missed and if you were better, and only then do you maybe start analyzing, right? So you immediately run to the engine just to see like, oh, was I winning, was I not winning, and then only after that do you do any kind of analysis. So that's why coaches say like just don't use the engine, because they understand, I think, that it's very tempting, and I get it. I mean, as a tournament player myself, I'm often just checking the engine the first thing after the game, because you just really want to know. Yeah, and you had some critical moment in the game, and you want to you just want to see like what the evaluation was, what you're right, whether you're right, whether you're wrong. So I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world, but this is kind of what happens to many players. Yeah, so you just have to be very careful when you're analyzing the game with the engine that you actually do the work first. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to kind of try yourself first, and then the engine can kind of either confirm or correct your thinking. So for me, I mean, the engine is just extremely valuable tool, because you do like 30 minutes of analysis, right? Or you play a 2-hour game, you calculate tons and tons of lines, and then afterwards you check those lines against the engine. You kind of see like, what did you miss? What did you misevaluate? You know, that can be really instructive. But what happens is players, they don't do that analytical work. They just look at the eval at a certain point, and then they're done. That's their analysis, right? So that's the part that I think all coaches kind of, you know, try to rally against, is just like using the engine as a substitute for any kind of, like, no, you have to like look at the moves that you consider during the game. You have to like remember. So that's where players go wrong, I think, is like, because if you take a top player, or like when I analyze my game afterwards, you know, I can kind of remember what I calculated right during the game, especially if I do it fresh right after the game, and then I can check that against the engine. But if you're not inputting the lines that you are analyzing during the game, then you're not really checking your analysis, right? You're just checking your moves, and then you're just looking at the score, you know, whether you lined up with an engine or not. And so it's not as useful, right? So yes, you want to analyze your moves, but you also want to analyze your analysis, you know, because there's lots of lines that you didn't go into for a certain reason, and you want to see like, did you evaluate that line correctly or not? Like you guys that saw the analysis session with David earlier, you know, he looked at like 5-7 different lines and gave them all an evaluation, right? And like, or I think much more than that actually, and just gave them all an evaluation, and then checked each evaluation to see, okay, he was right on this one, he missed something here, he was right on this one. And that's kind of how you slowly build up your analytical skills, and that's how you can use the engine to learn from your mistakes in like analysis and evaluation. But most players, even hearing these speeches, again, they just run the game through the engine. They just see the score and like, oh, I was winning, I should have won, I'm so bad. Like, that's not helping you guys. That whole speech, like, oh, I was +2, I'm so bad, I was winning, I was +2. None of that is helping you for the next game, right? That's just like, just kind of like emotional, you know, sobbing about the game. What helps you is like analyzing, you know, and like looking at the solution and seeing like, oh, right, you missed this move and you missed this tactic, and like you could have had this idea, and like that's what actually helps you, you know, for the future, is like the analysis of ideas, and not so much whatever random computer evals happen during the game. So long story short, the engine is a really really useful tool, but one that's difficult to work with. Yeah, the accuracy stuff, I think it's better than nothing, but not by much, right? Like I really, to me, I don't use it at all. Like they didn't have accuracy scores before like 2015. so you can be guaranteed they're not necessary for improvement. Yeah. Like when you think about the old days and like Botvinnik, Kasparov, Capablanca, you know, all these players that were like working on their chess and analyzing their games, they weren't going after the game, you know, thinking like, oh yeah, I feel like you, like 95% of your moves are gonna... That's not how anyone was like analyzing the game, you know? There was no such thing as Centipon, right? Like before 2015. So to me, it doesn't feel like a necessary tool. It's kind of nice. Again, it's better than nothing, right? But like anything is better than, like almost anything is better than nothing. So, yeah, I'm just not a fan of those systems. I don't really feel like they're that useful. They're not going to be as useful as like breaking down the game carefully and like really evaluating your decisions. Yeah, exactly, Thor. Exactly. So D-Shock, you had a question about openings. How would I recommend taking notes? So I don't recommend trying to memorize opening moves. So I would not recommend you do that. I think you should focus on things like tactics, middle game strategy, end games, pretty much anything apart from just trying to like memorize moves in the opening, because that's only going to take you so far, you know, and it's not going to be that helpful once you're out of the opening. So once you're on move 5 and you're out of the opening, the first few moves haven't. So I would focus on learning how to play the game in a good way. So work on your tactical ability, work on your middle game strategy by reading books or watching videos, work on your end game skills by learning like critical positions, and again, end game strategy comes from books and videos as well. But I wouldn't recommend trying to like memorize moves in the opening. That's something that like honestly just comes over time. Like if you play 1,000 games, you'll pick up some openings, you know, along the way, right? So you can definitely learn openings mainly just by playing, looking at your games, reviewing, you know. Definitely look at the opening if you lose a game in like 5 moves, right? And your opponent just kills you, then yeah, probably you should analyze that one and figure out how to not fall for that again, right? So that's kind of important. But for the most part, we're like not going to be losing our games in the opening. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of trying to memorize opening moves. Yeah, 100%. I'm team ideas. Team ideas over here. Ideas over moves, because ideas will show up in different games, and when you memorize a move, you don't really understand like why it's working in one position but not working in another position. So that's why you get in trouble. Like in the sub battle, we saw a player from the other team who made a real howler where they just like blundered their bishop on f7 because they thought it was like a trick that they remembered, but of course it didn't work in that position, so they just lost their piece. Yeah, that 2 times. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay, guys, we're gonna keep it going. I'm gonna do a few more games here. But I think I want to take a quick break. yeah, we've been streaming approaching 2 hours here. I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. Then I'll come back and we'll do some more games. So next up, I have Nordvik, if you're still around, and then Ian Knight's Tour and David Menchik. Cool. Okay, so stick around. I'll be back in a few. Let me put up a game in the meantime. You guys can watch. Okay, that will BRB. Hey, 5 Minutes of Glory, thanks for the follow. Yeah, guys, if you don't mind dropping a follow, we're still growing the channel. Actually, the channel's doing great, so we don't like need the follow. But you know, yeah, if you're enjoying yourself, we appreciate the follow. Okay, back in a moment.
Oh, we got a raid. Of course we did during the break. Thank you, St. Louis Just Love, for the raid. I don't know who was streaming over there, but much appreciated. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just on break, but we were in the middle of analyzing viewer games from our Dojo Classical Tournament. Thanks for following, Jules, Mostrosh, much appreciated, guys. Talia on a puzzle grind. Oh, hey Talia, how's it going? Oh man, okay, this raid I'm here for. Wow, Robert Hess with the raid. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. We just got back from break. We were in the middle of nothing. In the middle of nothing. No, we were doing game analysis from our Dojo tournament. Welcome everyone. Yeah, thanks so much, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, we got a shout out for Hess. Awesome. Well, those of you that were watching here, of course, if you don't follow Robert Hess, you definitely should. He's been streaming more, doing commentary, playing Blitz and stuff. So definitely worth your follow. Yeah, welcome. So this is Dojo. I'm Kostia. I'm actually one of the few streamers on here. There's 3 of us, the main guys. I am David Pruis. Maybe some of you guys know from his chess.com days. And Grandmaster Jesse Cry is also on this channel as well. So we try to keep it educational. We do like, a lot of game analysis, slower stuff. Earlier, David did an extremely fun stream where he silently calculated a position for 30 minutes without discussing with chat. We had a lot of very attentive viewers for that one. That was actually fun. People they were just analyzing lines in their own chat, and David was just sitting there thinking. Yeah, it was fantastic. Hey, thanks, Robert. Yeah, much appreciated, man. Hope you have a good one. Okay, so yeah, guys, thanks so much for the follows. We're actually gonna just be getting to the next game here, which was sent by our member here, Nordovic. And Nordovic, which game did you want to... Oh, I see. It was just the one link. Okay. So apparently we got a Vienna. And this is some kind of opening trap. Let's see. We'll take a look. Take us through this, Nordovic. What are we looking at here? Let's get back to our analysis board. Okay, because White won this one pretty quickly, it seems. Oh yeah, Amanda, I'm happy to look at your game. Actually, I can put you next. I just wait for the person to be in chat, but yeah, we can totally look at your game. Okay, so let's see what happened here. So knight c3, knight f6, f4, black takes. Yeah, this is like the Vienna. It's kind of a trap, right? Because like against the king's gambit, it's kind of known like black should take. This is black's best option here. But against the Vienna, it seems very similar. Taking is actually like pretty serious mistake, isn't it? Because e5 and the knight is under attack. Thanks again for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's common with me too. When I raid with a channel, I often just, unless I'm super excited about where we just got, I'm often just out of there. So I don't blame anyone for leaving at all. So yeah, this one I think is pretty dangerous for black because the knight just doesn't have any good squares. These are all covered. And if you go queen e7 here, I think white can just copy, go queen e2, and then break the pin, and the knight has to move again, right? So this is no good. Yeah, then if the knight has to go back, white is playing d4, and we basically have just like fantastic king's gambit. So this is kind of like the Vienna trap. Yeah, like if black is not careful, white just gets perfect king's gambit, and a good king's gambit is very dangerous because white wins back the pawn, gets like super strong center, open f-file, castles queenside, and it's like GG. So yeah, a nice PSA. You know, maybe we should do a stream where we just go over all of the different opening traps out there. Of course, there's many. There's many. So instead of EF4, in case anyone is wondering what to do, from Black's point of view, I think the strong move here is D5. I think this is the way we want to counter. And actually, this D5 move is so common for all of these like E4, E5 positions. So like earlier we had a game where we were looking at the Danish gambit, and I mentioned that on C3 here, I think the best move for Black is D5. Just striking back, getting the queen out, and essentially White is going to be left with this isolated queen pawn, and this position I think is like very, very comfortable. Then against the Vienna, once again, it's all about this move D5. The point of this one is that if White takes on E5, then we're taking knight takes E4. Of course, the theory continues, but this is just the basic idea, is that our knight is solid here, and we have possible threat Queen H4 check that White has to deal with. And the second idea is that if White takes on D5, we're taking, I think, back. And if White takes this one, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I'm pretty sure we can take here and give the old zigzag trick. All right, let's check this one. White recaptures, we give this check. And then White goes G3, we give this check, and then we're taking the rook. So this is kind of one of the ideas that Black plays for in these lines, is that whenever White is taking here, this check becomes dangerous. But the immediate check G3 would not work, right? Because White has the knight there. So we take first. Let's check this one again. Check. White goes King E2. But I don't know. I would imagine Black is like, yeah, having good compensation here. This looks pretty fun for Black. Knight C6 here. Like, I don't know what the evaluation is, but something like this looks pretty fun, right? Like, we can take. Yeah. No. I think it's I think 100% worth looking at this line. No, it definitely is, because G3 could be really bad for White. I mean, G3, that just might be a rook. So when you're losing a rook, you should probably look at the other option too. Because if King E2 is not losing a rook, then King E2 unfortunately might be a better move. Anyway, if you guys are interested in this, obviously you can look up the theory. The main point I wanted to make is that this D5 move is a very typical one for Black to deal with a lot of these like sharp openings. I'll give you guys another example. How many of you guys, have gotten busted in this position, right? Like, so here, if you don't know the move D5, like you're in some trouble, right? You can get in some real trouble here out of the opening. And there are, many other examples as well. For instance, this one, again, I think best move is D5 here for Black and just kind of striking back in the center. So yeah, this D5 move, it just comes up in many openings. And it's not even about remembering the move, it's about remembering kind of like the idea. Of course, another very typical one you guys might have seen comes from this position. Does anyone have any guesses what Black's best move here might be? Any ideas? Yeah, D5, exactly. D5 is very important because you counterattack and you carve out space in the center. And if White is taking on F6, you're taking on C4, and you grab a very important piece, your bishop can come out to E6 to deal with the check. And these positions are usually quite fine for Black because you get some very strong pawns. The problem with Queen E7 is that this pin is only temporary. And on Queen E7, I would imagine White just castles. And if we take twice, then we got to deal with Rook E1. And this doesn't look fun.
F3 probably just wins. Queen F3 might be pretty good too. So Queen E7, it doesn't solve our problems because white castles, and then if we can't take this pawn on E5, we're in big trouble. But it's good that we're looking at this, right? It's good that we're looking at this because this is the type of stuff that happens all the time. So there is a question, D5, what happens if en passant? So that's a good question. If en passant, then we are no longer getting hit on F6, so we take back, and next move we're just castling. Or if white wants to lose the game, they can go knight takes d4. And any ideas what black should play here, guys? Maybe it'll be an interactive lesson. Okay, what should black do? Black to play. Black to play. Whose tactics are on point? We are about to find out. Who's got the tactics on? Time to turn on your tactics, folks. Yeah, knight takes d4, and then we have our discovery, and then c3 defending the queen, queen takes d4, and GG. Yeah. Okay, so white can't really take back the pawn, probably white castles or something, and then will castle, and then now again, if white wants to lose, they can take the pawn. This loses for exactly same reason. We have knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes h2. Actually, I think Maya had this one the other day as one of her tactics. So yeah, nice practical value there. So long story short, if white takes en passant, then we're just developing and we're getting to castle and we're rock solid here. And if white gives queen e2 check, I think for a second probably play queen e7, trade queens off, and white still has to figure out how they're gonna win back the pawn on d4. So from black's point of view, we're absolutely fine here. So this d5 move, it comes up a lot, especially when meeting e5 as a kind of counterattack. Very, very important move. Hey, thanks for subbing, guys. Knight's Tour, Credit Lime, you guys are much appreciated. Oh, Credit Lime, you're like super new. You like just joined from one of the raids. Welcome. Yeah, thanks for subbing. Okay. If there are no questions here, I'll move on to the next game. But thank you for sharing, Nordovic. This was indeed a good PSA for folks. How to survive the opening. This one move can help you survive the opening. YouTube idea. I don't know, YouTube idea. This one move, whoops. Yeah, this move, pawn to c7 to d5, can help you survive the opening. Question, how to prep for an opponent who doesn't play consistent 1e4 or 1c4? Just means there's too much for me to prep for. I actually do have a good answer. A lot of people would say like, oh, I don't know, you gotta prep for both. I actually do have a good answer for you. You should prep for the one that you're less comfortable against. So think about whether you're comfortable against e4, think about whether you're comfortable against c4, choose the one you would rather not see, and prepare for that one, right? Turn that weakness into a strength. So that's what I always do. Like, okay, one time I had to play Vasily Ivanchuk, right? Ivanchuk famously plays everything. And like, I looked at his games in the last year and he was literally like all 4 moves in the opening. He was playing literally all 4 moves. And he had played like multiple moves in the tournament so far, right? So I know just no idea what he's gonna do. So I just tried to look at the stuff that, you know, I was not super comfortable in. Hey, the Buhais, welcome, welcome. Much appreciated. Welcome to the dojo. We have our own YouTube channel. I don't know if you're coming from my personal YouTube channel or from Dojo's YouTube channel. We have our own YouTube channel, guys. Actually, everyone could follow. I'll just throw it out there, you know, no pressure. I'm just throwing it out there. We have a YouTube channel with like instructional, you know, chess videos you can watch like 24/7. We actually just launched the second channel where we're going to be uploading more of our like full streams and full VODs. And then the main channel will be more like you know, kind of like instructive videos type of thing. Yeah, we try to teach a little bit here. Okay, next up we have Amanda's game. Let's see here. Amanda, let me load this one up, and then we'll wait for Amanda to be back. Before we get into it. So what we're doing, guys, in case you missed it, we're actually analyzing games from this monthly classical tournament that we've been running. So what we do on the dojo is lately, every month, we're trying to do like a classical event, which is 90 plus 30. I think if you guys are interested, we have info here as a command. And so registration is open all month. I think you can join anytime if you just want to get one game in. The time control is 90 plus 30, so it's like long time control. But if you're like a tournament player and you've been missing like a tournament time control, we've been doing this tournament and it's been pretty fun so far. And our next one is going to be 8 rounds running May through June. I'm learning that with you guys. We also have a rapid tournament coming up this Friday. This is for everyone. Just so you guys know. If you want a slightly shorter time control, we have 15 plus 5 coming up. Mega Rapid Championship held this Friday, April 30th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific. 8 rounds. I'm going to be doing commentary. And yeah, there will be prizes. Our prizes are not like money prizes, but more stuff like, you know, you get a free lesson, or like you get your game featured, or get to be like a VIP in the channel. But that'll be a lot of fun if you're into rapid chess. So we have different tournaments. The best way to find out about all like our info is to join the Discord. I'd invite you guys to join that if you're interested in our other events. I know, guys, 90 minutes not for everybody. It's very long. But that's not for you. Then we do like rapid tournaments throughout the week, and then occasionally we'll do like blitz arenas and sub battles and stuff like that. Or it's mostly more about blitz. Okay, actually, let me just quickly play through this game a bit, and then hopefully when Mandela is back, we can talk about it. Oh wow, we got a Stafford. Uh-oh. Any Stafford specialists here? What's Black supposed to do here? Guess like maybe Queen D6 or something. Castle? After playing H5? I feel like Queen D6 or Queen D4, right? Queen D4? Yeah, Ian, I got you. Actually, you're up next after this one. And then David. So knight E4 I think is not working because takes, and then king F1, and we don't have like a checkmate. If pawn was on G3, then that would just be a straight up brilliancy. Eric Rosen level, bishop H3 mate, but there's no follow up. Yeah, so we play Queen D4. That makes sense. Either this move or maybe Queen D6. This is a move I just seen Eric Rosen play because he kind of sets up for knight G4, like castles knight G4, and then you can't go H3. If you take, then Black takes with the pawn and opens up the rook. That's super dangerous for White. And then if G3 might get extremely dangerous, like right off the bat. I don't know, F6 here, or H4 even feels possible. Yeah, like h4 takes and then takes. Something like this could be interesting. I don't know what's happening here, but it's very dangerous. The main threat is actually to take this one with check, which opens up queen h2. So I don't know what's happening here. Maybe h3 for white. Yeah, hard to say. If bishop f4. Oh, so g3, h4, bishop f4. Yeah, also possible. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the lines just get extremely sharp, but maybe we do this one just to hold on to the knights and just try to say that black still has some nice pressure. That would be kind of my my thought here. But I don't know. I mean, it's just an idea. Just an idea. Let's take a look at the game. So queen d4, castles, knight g4. Actually, Amanda, I saw you in the chat. I wanted to know, did you have a specific question about the game, or were you more just wondering, like, where did you go wrong exactly? Ooh, g5 is nice. Oh no, okay. Well, I think I know where we went wrong. So here, okay, I mean, there's a couple moves to analyze. Actually, question here for Amanda, if you're in the chat. Did you consider taking on b2? Because honestly, I feel like we should. Not just to win the pawn back, but actually what taking on b2 does is it breaks white's structure. Because like what happens in the game is white goes c3. Oh, we missed queen e5. Okay, yeah, a lot of details here. So c3 might not have been a great move, actually, because queen e5 with the same idea might have just been GG. Yeah, that's easy clap, right, guys? Oh, you're driving. Okay, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry. trying to respond. Okay, you can just learn from the analysis. Okay, so this might be the biggest slip of the game, because like honestly, when we're playing the Stafford, we're kind of playing for tricks like this, right? This is our whole approach. We're being very aggressive. We're putting a lot of pressure on f2 in order to kind of provoke white into castling. And then we're putting a ton of pressure against h2. So when this bishop is hanging on g5, and of course we have this target here, yeah, we gotta spot this one, because this is where you make your bread and butter. Yeah. Yeah. So to me, whatever else happens in the game, this feels like the biggest slip, because like if you find this move, it's not exactly game over, but you're crushing, right? Because white has to defend the mate, or they can take here first, but it doesn't really make huge difference because we still have this very unpleasant double attack, right? So white will have to stop the mate one way or the other. You take this bishop, and now you're just up a piece and cruising. Your attack is still very strong. You can go h4 next move, and very, very good. You might have even seen it. Oh, that's a bummer. So yeah, I was thinking like here, you know, this is also a move worth considering, though knight g4 actually, I think probably objectively stronger. I mean, maybe white can defend with this one. But let's think about this position for a sec. What do you guys think black should do here? What an interesting one to analyze. Yeah, g5. I think g5 is really interesting. Because if white takes, then again, we have this one. And so that's strong. If white goes back, then I think we go h4. And this looks very dangerous. I'm not sure if... not sure exactly what's going on here. White can take, let's say we take this one. White takes. And yeah, we would try to play for the mate here. So this could be extremely dangerous for white. Not sure what's happening, but this is quite possible. And then on c3, I think maybe we can just drop back, right? Like queen g7 or queen f6. Let's say queen f6. Bishop g3, and then we would try to play h4, I think. Yeah, and then heading for this one again. So this still looks really dangerous for white, I think. Yeah. What about h3? So it depends on when, because knight g4, if white goes h3 here, then black is playing queen e5. Again, we have this trick. And then if takes, I think we're throwing in takes. And this one is very hard to defend against. Actually, I think this is just GG, right? Because g3 we're taking. And that's, yeah. My favorite pin, actually. So it's always so satisfying to use this one, right? So if h3 queen e5, no need to apologize. I'm just trying to get it right. That's totally fine. So we were thinking bishop h4, g5, h3, or no, c3, queen g7, here. Right, and if h3, then we're taking, and we have this kind of like typical mating idea. Of course, you can play queen h6 first, but when you have checks, it's yeah, of course, much nicer. Is knight f2 possible after h3? Oof, maybe. But yeah, let's take it one line at a time. Wait, where do we want knight takes f2? On c3 max? Because knight f2, isn't white always just taking with the bishop? I don't quite get it. If d4 instead of bishop g3. Oh, and bishop takes g5. Here? Yeah, but then aren't we just... We're only winning an exchange, right? Unless you have some immediate win here. So I would think that queen e5 is stronger, because here you actually win a full piece. Yeah, I think we just win a full piece here. Okay. Other lines. Here we're thinking queen g7. If d4... So one idea would be just to take, go h3, bishop e6, rook d8, and h4 coming like... I think black has decent play here. Maybe we can play bishop d6 as well. Honestly, very complicated. Lots to analyze here. Even bishop e7 actually is kind of a funny move. Just avoiding all the tempos, because white's bishop is eventually getting trapped. Now, it's hard for white to cover the h-file here, because we're always taking. So as soon as white goes queen h6, bishop h3, there's g4 ideas, there's bishop takes h3. So this feels very dangerous for white with the open h-file. Yeah, but that's the Stafford. That's kind of what we're playing for. There might be other ways too. Metabolic error mentioned knight g4 and queen h4. Oh, but here, I'm not sure if this is correct. No, I've definitely seen h5 being played. So I think there's just different options for black. Because knight g4, the issue is white can take and then force black into this endgame. And then you're down a pawn in this endgame, which I think is not really enough. Playable, but I mean, it seems kind of sad to go for the endgame. Oh, if you can't send your game in Discord, you can whisper it on Twitch. But keep in mind, guys, I'm giving preference to folks that are playing in the classical tournament. So I'm mainly analyzing games from our classical event. You can read about in the chat there. So yeah, interesting line. Of course, I'm not a huge fan of the Stafford. I think it's more of like a trick opening, but it is fun, and black does get like, I mean, you do get some fun attacking ideas. It's a fun opening. Let's put it that way. It's a fun opening. And at least we're learning to play for the initiative. But yeah, we definitely gotta spot these tactics. That's absolutely critical. Okay. So then we get g3 queen e5, but now it's of course too late. Now it's just a single attack. So white attacks d4 and h3, but now g5. And all of a sudden I think black is back in the game. I'm not sure if white should have taken this one. Maybe white could have done something else. But white takes, and then unfortunately we miscalculate. We go hg with this idea, but we miss bishop e5 and bishop can take rook, right? So we're not getting our checkmate. So instead, black definitely needed to take the dark squared bishop at this moment. After white took this one, we had to take this guy. And now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, white's king is opening up. So it's not really about the number of pawns here, but my evaluation would be that if black can castle queenside and get this rook to g8, then white's king is going to have like some serious problems, right? So that would be kind of, whether black wins or loses, I have no idea, but that's what black has to do, right? So who knows? White could be worse, white could be winning. I have no idea. We can check with the engine. I'd be curious. I don't know. What do you guys think would be engine evaluation here in the chat? How would you put it? Hey, thanks so much.
Welcome.
So sweet. Got new snacks in the house. Okay, 0-0. I'll tell you guys what I think. We gotta get these snacks out. -3, -0.7, -2.5. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the engine eval doesn't really matter. It's mainly for fun. I think it's more about the practical value of black just wanting to castle. Like, if we just play this position out a couple of times, to me, it seems very unlikely that white can hold here. But I don't know. I mean, the engine is, of course, quite good also. +1. Okay, let me take a look here. Okay, started out equal, but now it's turning in black's favor. So I think the more it thinks, the more it's gonna like black. Back to equal. Can anyone guess the move for white? Can anyone find white's best move here? If white doesn't find the move, then black is much better. It's like -1. So bishop f3 is not it. I don't know why exactly, but it's not right. King g2 also not it. e5 no good. g5 no good. gh5 no good. Yeah, all the moves mentioned so far no good. So engine says equal, but is white gonna find the best move? Knight e2 also wrong. Bishop c4 also no good. Okay, a3 I think is a joke suggestion, but it's not correct. Queen d2, man, Post got it. Queen d2, best move. Also queen c1. I guess attacking, I don't know. It's engine stuff. Yeah, exactly. Actually, this is just the chess.com engine, which is pretty weak. So right now, it's not a winning move. It's saying that was the only move to equalize. Now it's saying after rook j, black is indeed better. So the engine here, I don't fully trust it, but my human evaluation is that once we take this bishop on f4, white's position is pretty much collapsing, right? And so again, if we get this rook to g8, the number of pawns isn't really going to matter. White's king is just getting wrecked. Okay, well, sharp game, Amanda. I hope that was useful. Yeah, basically it was, I think you were right. It was the tactics that really were crucial here. Number one, we had to see this queen e5. That would have been absolutely killing. And then I feel like this was a tactical thing later, realizing that we're running into bishop e5, which is just killing us, right? Taking our important rook. Instead taking on f4. And yeah, black is getting a really nice attacking position. Exactly what we want, right? When we're playing the Stafford. Just opening up the king side and opening up white's king. So this was, yeah, this was the way to do it. Cool. Glad to hear it. Yeah. Well, thanks for the game. I hope it was useful for everyone, even the Stafford haters that don't think this opening is worth being analyzed. Okay, next up we have Ian's game, and then we got David. So Ian, then David, and then Artigum. Jan Knight's Tour, that's funny. Okay. So next one we're looking at it from Black's point of view. And Jan says, painful Dojo classical game. Alright, so I guess we're wondering where we went wrong. Let me know if you're in the chat, Knight's Tour. Hopefully you're still around.
Okay, we got London system. Wait, what happened here? We won a pawn? We got a pawn. Nice. Looks great. So takes. White didn't take back. White blundered something. Maybe he thought he's going to have queen a4 check, and then he realized, uh-oh, knight c6, and everything is defended. Is the gambit sound? What gambit? Your opponent just blundered a pawn. What? Yeah, what gambit? I mean, it doesn't look like a gambit to me. Alright, what was White's time usage? It was interesting. I mean, so... yeah, so the time usage here is very interesting. So White spent 1.5 minutes on queen c2. Right, so 1.5 minutes. So it wasn't like some move he played quickly. Then Black took on d4. And then White spent 2.5 minutes on knight f3. So, I don't know, like, unless the guy is like acting, I don't think he realized that this pawn was hanging. I think he spent, like, if he knew the line and it was some gambit, like, he would have just played knight f3 quickly and try to intimidate you, you know, try to show you, like, uh-oh, you walked into something nasty and you're about to get into big trouble. But no, the dude spent like 2.5 minutes. That kind of suggests he's just like, oops. It's just like, he's like, uh-oh, I was like, this was just hanging. Yeah, so I don't think we should really believe our opponent here. Yeah, now whether we have to take on c3 is definitely still up for debate because you're not committed to that. So queen b6 seems quite reasonable. It does feel like you should be able to take here without running into huge problems. So let's just say knight f6, for example. If knight b5, I think we have queen a5 check. So we're okay on this one. This would be the one move that I would really be worried about in the opening. If white castles queenside, I mean, that's sharp, but like, honestly, the c-file, like, it's white's king that often gets into huge trouble here. We got like rook c8 coming and queen a5, or maybe think about this one as well. So this I would think is honestly really dangerous for white. You can go e6 here and develop. So yeah, I wouldn't really believe white, but queen b6 I think makes sense as long as we're still actually winning this one. But looks like we're okay. I don't see anything huge that white can do to you here. Maybe e3, one tempo, but queen b4 check, and then we start developing, and we should be all right. Yeah. Okay, so maybe we could have been a little bit more ambitious in the opening, but honestly, just looking the way you played it, I think was absolutely fine because you took the pawn and then you held on to the pawn. So you definitely don't have to take on c3. After knight d2, you could take on c3. It would make more sense here. Now that white can't get the knight out. But it does, like, okay, give white this open b file, right? So you still don't have to. Your pawn is not hanging. So g6, I think, is an interesting choice. Also kind of sets up bishop f5, it seems. So I like g6. So e4, insane move. Just, wow, very hectic. Okay, take knight c4. Queen d8. Takes this one we took. Let's just see what happens here. Bishop g7.
we took here. We have 3. And now white starts getting a little initiative, although we managed to trade queens. Yeah, finally we get the queen trade and we find an endgame pawn up. So maybe you didn't play in the best way, I'm not sure, but like the endgame you end up getting seems to be very nice for black. So we definitely should be trying to win from here. But as far as like the way you played the opening, I think for the most part it was definitely okay. There's certainly lots of moves we can analyze at this point. I mean, this is like such a fun move. Okay, my guess is if we take en passant, white takes with the bishop and gets this tempo, that this is actually not a big deal. Let's just say we drop back for queen c7, and we can just look at this position for a second. We're a little bit behind in development, but we have like very natural moves coming. Bishop g7, knight f6 castles. And we're up a pawn. So let's just look at this one. Is there something that white can really do to us here? Maybe, Ian, you can fill us in. Like, were you thinking about this during the game? What was kind of your thought process here at this point? Did you have any opinions on how you evaluated this one? Hey, roller coaster, how's it going? It's a really weird position. I'm not sure how I would orient myself here, but I would definitely want to think about that one. When did I play viewers? I'm not sure. Sometimes we try to do it every once in a while. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say this is a position where we're trying to be really concrete because there's just a lot of messiness in the position, a lot of pawn tension. So, you know, the principle we're trying to follow is that, like, yeah, we want to develop, but we also just want to kind of think about things as concretely as we can. So I guess my first thought would be like, okay, de4. Your opponent played knight c4, which might be a thing too. I would even think knight takes e4. Also feels like white gets some lead in development here. I'm not really sure what's going on. This one to me looks unclear. But taking here, white is definitely forced to take back, hitting our queen. We gotta move. Here it's like white's knight is dominated, right? So it's like, I don't quite see what white can do to us. So it's kind of, it's semi-strategic, semi-tactical evaluation, right? Because I just don't see a concrete move for white. I don't see a forcing idea for the opponent. So to me, it feels like if white has no forcing moves, we have an extra center pawn. I mean, that's worth a lot, you know? That's worth a lot. That's one of the most valuable extra pawns you can have, an extra center pawn. So if we're getting bishop g7 and e5 and bishop e6, and you can hold on to your center, that's a big advantage. So to me, that's why this kind of position would be very tempting. And I would think white needs to like try to mix things up with some c4 or something just to create some chances. But looking at this position now, do you kind of see why I feel like black is holding pretty solidly here? Like, I'm not seeing a lot of active ideas for the opponent. Hey Lucio, thanks for following. Wonder if you're an Overwatch fan. Lucio. Healer. Also, thank you to Bruno and Noticeable Beauty. Tayu, thanks for following. Are you a Lucio fan? Oh, your name is actually Lucio. Oh, wow. Amazing. So So yeah, that seems like one moment where maybe you could have made your life a lot simpler, because this is not a lot to calculate, right? It's like one move, queen c7, and then we just can't find a dangerous move for white. Now in the game, with all that said, we still end up with a reasonable position. Maybe white could have played better, I'm not sure, but let's just take a look at the endgame. Because I think you ended up here, and this is very solid. This is just extra pawn, and you have the 7th rank. Like, should be big advantage for black. So let's try to figure out what happened from here. Okay, b5, knight e3, a6, d3, bishop b7, bishop a5, knight d7, knight went back, knight e5, bishop e4, we traded this one, we come in, rook c2, a4, white is fighting back, we take, knight d3, bishop b6. Okay, we end up with this extra pawn. Yeah, I'm surprised we lose this one. Seems like, okay, black is just playing for 2 results. But I guess somehow, oops, we just got caught. Okay, Ian, I gotta check what was the time like? Were we in time trouble? Was that the problem? Yeah, low on time at this point. What can you do? Both players down to a minute. And you're just playing on the increment. So it's tough at this point. It's tough. How did you feel playing on the increment? Did you feel like you were getting nervous? Like, did you feel like you're in really heavy time pressure? Did you feel calm? What was that like? Because I imagine you might have panicked around this point. Yeah, I mean, when we get low on time, it's tough. I mean, you know, it's basically almost a blitz game at that point, and it's hard. I definitely think it feels like we could have been able to convert the position. Let's try to find a moment maybe where we could have improved. Here. 95 I think is okay. Takes. Did we think about F5? Just with the idea of messing with white's rook, so that you can take and go rook a2. This might have been the way to do it. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of b takes a4 because, like, you kind of give white a very clear target. Even if you do nothing here and let white take, I feel like this is kind of easier, because in rook b4 you can always defend this one. It's not so easy for white to go after. But takes rook a4, the rook feels like it has a lot of freedom. Knight c6 is also possible. Then I imagine white plays something maybe like bishop b6 to try to cover this one. And then you could play b4. That would be my first instinct, just to try to fix more pawns on the queen side, because then it would be really hard for white to go after these, but you could attack b3 very easily with your rook. So this would be one idea, to try to play this one for a win. Yeah, rook b2 is possible, although then we have to think about takes rook b4. So I'm not sure what's going on here. You might get some position similar, like knight c6, takes here. But let's say this position, this is kind of like your last resort, right? When we have an extra pawn, if it ends up something like this, you might win, you might draw, but this is where the defender has like best possible drawing chances. When it's all the pawns are on one side of the board. So before we get here, we want to make sure that we can exhaust all of our possibilities with keeping the queenside pawns. Oh, this one there's bishop c3. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that kind of kills it for black. Oh, wait, we have knight f3 check. Okay, we got lucky because we didn't see this, but we do have knight f3. Yeah, my bad, I missed it at first too. So here, okay, it works out well for black, fortunately. So this is okay, but f5, I don't know, actually, this one looks quite good as well, because white's rook can't really stay on the fourth rank. We even have bishop f6 if we want to be really careful. So the rook doesn't have enough squares. Rook d4, knight f3 check. Rook b4, there's knight c6, where white hasn't taken yet, so black is winning material. So for me, f5 looks like a very dangerous move, where we're kicking the rook off of the fourth rank, and this might be the key to black's success. So rook e1, let's say, then we can consider this one or this one again. We're taking first. A lot of possibilities, but this is already starting to look much better for black. Yeah, I think that move would have been really problematic for white to deal with. And here, let's think about what to do. This one definitely makes sense, as does this one. Let's say here, if bishop c3, we again have our check, or even knight d3 looks good there. If f4, then knight g4, knight d3, and then bishop d4 check is going to be a huge problem. So I think if you play this one, yeah, just like a little more sharply, you win it. Yeah. But you just had to play it. I think we played it a little bit too straightforward. You know, white goes a4. We're not sure about the tension, so we take. Rook takes a4. And now white, you know, once we get here, it's like, this is hard to win for black, right? This is, again, our last resort. Then you ended up blundering, you know, that's fine. No big deal. But, yeah, if we find f5 or some move like this, then we keep very, very nice advantage moving forward. Because, of course, to win this one, again, I think you kind of want pawns on both sides of the board, right? Okay, Ian, hope that was useful for you. Thanks for the game. Thanks for sharing. So far, guys, the games have been really instructive. I'm really, it's just like, I feel like everyone can can learn from these, so it's cool. All right, so let's see here. Next up, we got David. David, are you still around? Okay, which game did you want to look at? Because you sent me 2 games. Cool, cool. Glad to hear it, Ian. Okay, against chess games. All right. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this game just briefly because David was looking at it on stream. Yeah, actually, I was curious about this one. Okay, I remember this one actually. Well, let's just go right to the critical moment. This was David's game against Chess Gains. This one was a really interesting one. Okay, so we have Philidor defense. White plays this typical reaction to c6, a4 to stop b5 and prevent black from gaining space. h3 also useful move. I feel like white needs to play rook e1 as well to support the e4 pawn. So queen e2, okay, to that effect. a6, bishop e3, takes, rook d1, b5, takes, and then boom, bishop f7. Yeah, this was such a bomb. So what was the, I'm curious, what was the calculation here, David? That's what I want to hear from you. Yeah, this is high level game. This is like 21 versus 2200. So yeah, let us know what lines you were calculating during the game, because that would be interesting to kind of understand here. Honestly, objectively, I'm not even sure about the evaluation of this one. So this could be an interesting position for for everyone to think about whether this works for white or not. Yeah, if black took with the queen here, then you don't have this one, right? But okay, then you would make a different move. So that's on black. It is weird actually that he did take with the bishop and not with the queen. I'm not really sure what was his reasoning behind that, because you would think queen takes is more natural just to unpin. I'm guessing maybe he just wanted to put the queen on c7 where it usually goes, but if bishop f7 is working, then that's just kind of a refutation of black's play. Yeah. So what was the follow-up, David, on rook takes? Because in the game, black goes king takes f7 with the intention to sacrifice the queen, and this is what we end up getting. But David's intention on rook f7 was to go knight e5, and then if rook f8, we have knight takes d7, queen g4. And then did you go further here? Did you calculate like knight e5 or knight f6? Yeah, you have queen e6. Good. You can also just take, so it doesn't even work for black. Like even just the principal line, you take on f8, and then white is up 2 pawns at the end. But of course, queen e6 is much cleaner, so it's good to see this one in advance. Yeah, so I guess the question then is like if black has any other moves here. Like for example, like queen c7. So what's going on in queen c7? kind of like just trying to give the rook for the 2 pieces. We got to take on f7, right? I don't see another option for white. I think we have to take the material. We go king takes f7. Then the question would be, does white have enough here? Because, well, material-wise, like, white is okay. It's like rook for 2 pieces, but in the middle of the game, like, the 2 pieces can be kind of tricky. So honestly, not sure about this position. It's kind of difficult to evaluate. It'd be an interesting one to kind of play out, because I think it's pretty double-edged. Okay, so David thinks white is better, it seems. So f4. Alright, let's see if I can try to defend this position for black. This bishop, I would love to just open up. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go b4 here, David. Or am I? Queen c4 check. Queen c4 really annoying. Actually, no, wait. This pawn is defended. Alright, I'll go b4. Yeah, this knight is definitely white's issue. I'm honestly not sure white wants to go f4 because that's what opens up both the knight and the bishop potentially, whereas this pawn on f3 is being very restrictive. Okay, no Gallon wants queen c4. Knight d5, I'm not too sure about that one. I mean, black will take and white's pawns are getting kind of split. Let's say queen c4, king moves, knight a4. Well, I guess I would want to play c5, right? Because I want to open up the bishop. Queen a6, maybe gotta be careful about bishop b7. And queen will be attacked. So knight a4, c5. Okay, let's say e5. We have this one. Yeah, let's throw this in. Okay, we can look at knight b5 next. Yeah, so this is the problem with going f4 e5, right? Like, this is it starts to turn, and this is where the 2 pieces can be really dangerous in the middle game. Without queens, you don't really worry about your king that much. Yeah, so let's go back. Knight e2, I think similar. Basically, black plays c5 and just tries to get that counterplay. So these positions are very tough because maybe white wants to actually keep this guy restricted. But there was another line we can just check. b4 here, knight b5. Definitely possible. And then trying to come here and here. Yeah, so that would be really tricky for black to deal with. Knight d4, I guess we have like knight c5 in play. So gotta save the queen here. Maybe like queen b8 and then knight c5. But this is pretty annoying for black. I mean, our bishop is not opening up, right? So as long as this bishop is on a8, I would feel like white has really strong attacking chances. But I don't know. E5, there's going to be knight e4. Definitely looks dangerous. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's good. E5, knight d5 also. But it looks dangerous. So there's a difference between looks dangerous and is good, right? That's a thick gap in there. Looks dangerous, is good. So thick gap there, it could be anywhere in there. Looks dangerous doesn't always mean bad. Let's take a look. So knight e6, yeah, we take, queen takes. Again, I would go c5 just to immediately open up the bishop. And then e5, you know, queen b7 again, right? Just to warn you guys. Okay, black must be better. I don't know that either. I don't know. You guys are being very declarative in your statements. I'm just exploring. I think it's a very unclear position. You guys are like, black must be better, white must be better. I don't know. I don't know how you guys know. I certainly don't know. Yeah, I think there's not a lot of must be. Yeah, so I disagree with the must be part of that question. I don't know. It's just always very concrete. That's the thing. Yeah. No, a very interesting position. So here there's also knight f5. Yeah, that's better, giant slalom. That's more measured. But then, I don't know. I would really love to take here if I can, but that looks dangerous. That definitely looks dangerous. Takes, check. That looks like, yeah, we're in big trouble. So this feels like a better try. Yeah. Rook a1, bishop would just go to b7, I think. So, and then it's not clear we actually want a rook on the a file, because rook on the d file looks pretty nice as is. Yeah, I like knight f5 more I'm looking at it. This not seeing a great move for black here. Yeah, maybe rook a5. I'm not really sure. It's a different line. But this one makes a lot of sense because it's putting this massive pressure here. Knight d5 is better. But knight d5, I didn't quite get this one, because takes... You want to take with the rook? So let's say knight f6. And I'll try to go c5 again.
d5. I don't know. That starts to look awkward. Guess this is possibly dangerous, so we have to watch out for that. Yeah, bishop d6. Bishop c5 maybe. Yeah, sharp position. Yeah, rook e6 also maybe. c5, I think black is just, or white is just taking, right? Even this one might be possible. And GG. So rook c5 might be wrong. Bishop c5 also looks quite quite interesting. Yeah. So this might be maybe this is the way for white to do it. f4, b4 we had check. Knight d5. Takes, rook takes. Though let's keep thinking here. What about maybe something else here? Like let's say c5? Knight b6 will be rook f5 check. So rook f5. Let's go here. Okay, e5 again, we're gonna run into this one maybe. Actually, yeah, rook takes c5 is the same as before. Yeah. Right. This one, I don't know what's happening here. It's some kind of craziness again. Because we have this one maybe. This one. Yeah, like this position, I think super hard to evaluate. Like white can give the rook back for 2 pieces, but like black has this kind of pressure on, I don't know. Yeah, I don't exactly know how white plays this one. It seems very tricky to defend. Just there was a game the other in the candidates, like I think MV Algiri, where they had kind of similar position, like opposite color bishops, and black just has this like long-term pressure, and so it's very hard to do anything with white, even with like an extra pawn. Yeah, so queen c4, we take. Yeah, David's playing Lingiri, exactly.
Bishop d4 just taking, right? Queen is defended. Yeah. No, you just gotta go back, and then black is basically fine. You know, just putting pressure. Oh, it's all good, all good. Yeah, so I think very drawish, exactly. So I don't know. I mean, but it might all be moot because white can again do this one, and this might just be knockout. Like this just might be forced win territory. It looks very scary. I don't know what black does here. Might just be gone. Yeah. So b4, queen c4, I think, okay, knight a4, that was maybe not so good, but knight d5, it does look very nice, actually. And then taking with the rook, honestly, super unexpected. Yeah. But queen b7, isn't there just rook c8 check? Maybe it's not over, but like, what is black doing here, right? Because if black takes here, then we're getting an endgame where white has 2 extra pawns and is kind of like, so minimum that endgame is going to be really good for white with rook and 2 pawns against the 2 pieces. So we have to imagine this has to be good. If best thing that black is doing is just taking here. So maybe we have some move like bishop c5 or something. I don't know. Yeah, should be better for white now. Yeah. Okay, so we can also try c5. I was definitely thinking about this one too, but I wasn't sure what to do on just knight takes b5. So I don't know, but this is also a move worth considering, 100%. But knight takes b5, that's now 3 pawns, so that looks tough. So it's interesting, yeah. I don't know, I think from black's point of view, it's hard to say if I would have gone for the queen sack. Because, I don't know. The other position also looked interesting. So this is what we end up getting in the game. King takes f7. Also, it would be the same if rook f7, knight e5 if black just went back, rook f8. But, okay, king f7. Takes... I mean, in case of, in this line, like knight g4 or knight d7 and queen g4, that line is the same if black goes back and forth. Yeah, f3 slalom is also possible, but then you're not fighting for the e5 score. So when you play f3, black gets to put the knight on e5. Okay, so we get this endgame. So queen for rook in 2 pieces. F4. How do we do here? I mean, honestly, it felt super double-edged, but craziness. C5 or E6? Yes. Insane endgame. Wow, yeah, looks like the queen ended up outplaying here. Yeah, it looks really difficult. H. Yeah, really exciting game. Well, David, I'm not super interested in like the engine lines. This is more about just kind of analyzing the game and seeing like if you had any questions, like if you should have played it differently at some point, or you know, if you had a question about what you should have done at some point. Yeah, but it looks like the eval here is that white's pawns end up being pretty strong. Even though like rook and two pieces usually do pretty good against the queen. It's hard finding moves here for black, because like if the pieces don't coordinate against the king, then white's pawn's just rolling. And that's just very difficult. So kind of one of rare examples where queen is feeling like it's outplaying the pieces, somewhat surprisingly, but not enough play against white's king, I guess. I don't know. I'm not seeing like obvious defense here for black. Okay, can I see e5 instead of 4? Yeah. Oh, e5 here. So with this idea, knight e5, bishop b6. Yeah. So did we miss this one, or what happened during the game? That's a nice idea. Because your idea with f4 was to play e5, right? So why not go e5 right away? Oh, so e5 you thought knight moves. Oh, you didn't see e6. Is that what you're saying? You thought black moves the knight somewhere, or knight d5, or which move were you worried about here? Knight e8, trying to remaneuver. Oh, e5, knight d5, I see. That's a shame, because you saw this one, and then you needed to see another one. Kind of same trick. That's funny. Sometimes we see the initial idea, but then we don't see the second tactic. Because we're just, we're calculating, and then our brain is just trying to look at like the normal move. So we see the initial idea, but then we don't see the second, because you got to find the trick again, right? You have to stay in like the tactical, you have to stay in the forcing mindset. What happens if black just gives her? I have no idea. Yeah, let's see, it's here. It's a really complicated position. Let's try this one. Takes. Well, it's 3 pieces for the queen, actually. White, I think, would have to play this very precisely. Man, tough one. It's hard to say, honestly, like, because the 3 pieces, if they coordinate, they're very strong. They outplay the queen if they're coordinated, right? Because when you attack something 3 times, the queen and king cannot defend it. It's being attacked 3 times. Yeah, so I don't know. This one would be... hard to say. Yeah, I think black definitely has chances. Question is if black can be better at some point. Like, I'm just trying to, just trying to understand. Such a weird position. It seems like white should be fine. Yeah, I think I could D-Shock. Yeah, we could look a little bit. So let's say knight e4. I don't know if white wants to trade off a pair of knights because as white you can use this knight if you maneuver it, right? It can help your queen. So I don't know if this is the right approach, but let's just take a look. Let's take, queen takes. So of course, like, black's development here is pretty bad. so this is what gives me pause. If black's bishop was somewhere on like d5, then black would be fine. But here black still has issues to solve. Okay, I think c5 is also possible, but runs into check, and so we lose the pawn, right? So we got to be really careful allowing this one. There's also like queen d3 check and queen 6, at least bishop d5. So we got to be careful with this one. But it's worth a thought because at least the bishop gets out. Whether that's worth it, I'm not sure. Because now it's queen and 2 pawns. Yeah. So let's see. So if knight b6, then I'm just very concerned that king is just open. So I don't think we want our pieces on the queen side. We want all of our pieces around the king. So I would think knight f6 here. Of course, bishop is still pinned. I don't know what white does. Maybe queen f3. But it's not so obvious that white wins this. I think black has pretty decent chances. It's going to take a, g4, h6, like it's going to take some time for white to really get the pawns up, and one day black will try to untangle. Though how exactly remains to be seen. You got to like very carefully like unpin, and then one day maybe you get c5. But my evaluation is that this is just a difficult, very difficult endgame for both sides. Yeah, g4 definitely, yeah, possible. Yeah, only if you submit it. So we can review the game, but you gotta submit the game. Yeah, so e5 definitely worth playing, I think. Though hard to say. Yeah, crazy game. Could have taken here as well, you know? Oh, nice, nice. Then you wanted queen f3, right? I'm guessing, and... Or what did you want here, David? Because actually queen f3, there's c5, I realized. So what did you want knight takes f4? So were you thinking about this one during the game? Queen e3, maybe knight d5, and then we kind of hit the queen with tempo and cover b6, I think. Queen f3. All right, c5. Sorry, c5 taking here. But wait, let's see. How does this work exactly? So knight h5, g4. But isn't black taking here? I mean, g4. I mean, there's also c5 we should think about throwing in. Let's throw in c5. Yeah, how is this working for white? Guess you queen f2 or queen f1, not sure. Oh, queen f2, we gotta be real careful because queen f2 is gonna hang this one day, so maybe black goes like king e8 unpins and then h3 is hanging. Big problems. Knight e4 possible, but then, well, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I don't know. Maybe we take here. Hard to see what's going on there. Actually, kind of seems like black has good play. We take, queen takes c4, rook d1 check, king moves, and then we're taking on h4, maybe with check. Yeah, knight e4 takes rook d1 could be a problem. Oh, you wanted bishop e7 here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think g4 is not working, right? So bishop e7. So king takes. Yeah, and then? What did we want here? Now it seems like g4 would be the only move to try to win the game for white. But again, g4, c5 looks really annoying. Yeah, so okay, g4. Well, let's take a look. c5. Queen e3. So this is what you saw during the game, David? Yeah, queen e3 is kind of a killer. David, I'm asking you what you calculated during the game. We're like trying to analyze your game like for your benefit. Because
I mean, e5, because like, I mean, you know, if you play e5 here, if you don't have concrete response to knight takes f4, you lose here. You would calculate this if it was played. It was played. You played e5 going into this line. You're already committed at this point. It's too late to calculate. You got to calculate this before you go e5. Because what if it doesn't work for black? What if it doesn't work for white? Then you're busted. I mean, unless you were like serious time trouble, then no, you had a lot of time. Yeah, you had like 40 minutes here. Yeah, you got to calculate more before playing such a move. I mean, well, I mean, this is what classical chess is all about. Like, you have the time to spend it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Like, e5 could be a really strong move, but I don't know. In general, we want to be careful before just kind of like casually flinging out moves, because if black can get away with taking the pawn, I don't know, it could be really dangerous. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Blackbeard Chess? Thanks for the raid. I don't know, hard to say. F5 instead of E5, yeah. Possible. Kind of similar, but maybe we're giving up some dark squares. Oh, so you want a queen F2. Oh, okay, okay. So queen F2 is different. So then knight H5. And then what do we want here? Now take, so king takes. So G4. So you blunder knight takes H3? Be honest. See, this is the stuff that's more important than like whatever, you know, the engine thinks about the position. It's like what we actually calculated and evaluated during the game. That's what we have to kind of review. You know? Yeah, queen a7, yeah, whatever. It's some random, you know, move. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So you got to review what you calculated, right? Because that's like a serious miscalculation. Of course, during the game, you would have gone in here and probably realized that, uh-oh, you don't have G4 anymore. But then you've given up your F4 pawn, right? It's like too late to calculate, and you've already played queen F2. So it's kind of like too late. You know, maybe you would pause after knight takes F4 and try to figure out from here, and then you have good chances like of seeing queen F3. But I think this is something like, if we're trying to take the next level, like, I don't know, I think you got to calculate from here. Yeah. Queen H4 there might be all right. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think black just moves the king, and then Yeah, well, position is still super double-edged. Like now black is trying to get now black is trying to get some play. So yeah, now g4 doesn't hit this one, so I think it's not as dangerous. Maybe we can even come here, I'm not sure. Definitely worth thinking about. Yeah, maybe, I'm sure you would have found queen a7, I don't know. It's hard to say. But the point is that we're kind of like risking into it, you know. So that's fine. It's hard to visualize that far because you have to see like 1, 2, 3, like 3 moves for both sides, right? And then you have to visualize that position. But if you're saying that you can't visualize that position, then you shouldn't be calculating it, right? Because whatever calculation you're doing is gonna be wrong. So it's kind of like, feels like it's pretty typical error we make. Like if we're not seeing the board correctly, whatever calculation we do, there's gonna be mistakes, right? So it's like we have to just spend more time and calculate it, right? Because I think you could visualize it. I definitely think you could, right? Because what does it mean to visualize something? It means you see the position, right? If you see the position, that means you see all the captures, right? So here, well, let's go to the critical one, where we kind of, let's say, you know, we kind of blundered this in our calculation. When you're seeing this position, if you're like truly visualizing it, then your brain sees that this one is attacked, right? Like you're seeing this position now, your hand like wouldn't even let you play the move g4. And so for this kind of move, it's like if you're truly visualizing this position, then you kind of should be seeing the captures as well, right? You should be aware of what the captures are. Like whenever we see a position in front of us, we can kind of automatically spot like all the captures. So what it means, it's like problem with visualization. And that could be something to work on, because it's such a sharp game, you know, like you miss one thing, it's like game over. So the visualization really has to be on point, and we got to try to calculate. This position here would be like excellent candidate for like, you know, David's exercise, where you calculate for 30 minutes and like write down all your thoughts. Now in a game, I don't know if you want to spend 30 minutes here. That's tough to say, especially with 40 minutes on your clock. I don't think you want to spend the full 30 minutes. But there could be more that we could be calculating here. Yeah. That was the problem with e5 instead of f4. This one. Yeah. Right, like, I mean, it's a really sharp position, so you don't have forever. You can't just think about it for an hour, but it's a very forcing position, so it's not like you can really play these things one move at a time. I think if you do that too much, you'll generally get burned, right? Because you'll just like not really calculating deep enough, and all of a sudden your opponent finds some, you know, some deep trick that we weren't aware of. So it's like, yeah, you got to be careful. But okay, I think we probably spent enough time on this game. It was definitely very, very interesting game, and I think really well played. Like, absolutely. I mean, this was a very, very interesting idea. Even if objectively, like, it's not fully sound, I still think the idea itself is really cool. So definitely have a lot to be proud of in this game, and you won the game. So that, I mean, most important thing, to actually win the game, right? So that's of course important as well. Cool. Okay, well, let me know if you had any last questions on that one. Let's see. All right, next up we have Artigum. Artigum, are we still around? Let me know if you're in the chat. Artigum, I don't see you. All right, absolutely, David. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good one. No Artigum. All right, let's go to Pleef. Pleefers. Let's take a look. Whoops. Gotta open up the game again, 1 second. All right, there we go. Oh, hey Artigum, yeah, I just didn't see you. Yeah, I can look at your game next. I just I called for you, but you didn't respond. But yeah, we can look at your game, 100%. Okay, question for Artigum. What questions did you have on this game? So do you have a specific moment where you weren't sure what to do, you wanted some advice on, etc., etc.? All good, David. Don't worry about the subtitles. Move 14, absolutely. Okay, let's take a look. So we were playing black. Oh, we just looked at this game. We looked at this game with Paul. He submitted this one earlier. That's funny. Okay, so what was the question on move 14 here? Why is b4 bad? Well, I guess the question is who said who said it was bad? I mean, yeah. Let me ask you, why is b4 bad? Sounds like you're the one saying that b4 is bad. To me, b4 looks like actually pretty reasonable move. Chess.com engine. Okay, but let's look at what the chess.com engine says. This is actually a great example. So here the engine says that b4 is a critical mistake and that the best move for black was d5. And that's all the engine gives you. So poor Artigum here is sitting there confused, right? Because they're like, okay, well, b4, I mean, we're attacking the knight. Knight has to move away from the center. We get a5, like we're getting our queenside counterplay. Things are good. But here it comes the chess.com engine and says b4, critical mistake. The best move was d5. And then that's it. No explanation, just moves. Just moves and like a random evaluation. Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's like it's not a critical mistake. At least it doesn't seem like a critical mistake. So yeah. Well, in the game, b4 was played and black is still fine. But okay, d5 we can say is a stronger move because it does take the center and it does threaten this one. So this is probably what the engine is pointing to, that after d5 you might be doing even better because here you're threatening d4 and you're threatening b4 at a time when you can actually like win the e-pawn. So I'm guessing that's what the engine likes. But the main thing to do here is to kind of analyze, you know, against the engine. So engine says d5, right? And so then you just try to understand, like, you know, why is this so good? You know, try to defend it for white and see if you can figure it out. You know, the threat is d4, right? So white has to do something about this threat. Not so easy. Yeah. Now, as far as b4 goes, I think b4 is absolutely a normal move here. So I'd really strongly advise you, not to pay attention too much about what the engine, like, if the engine can't explain to you why your move is bad, like if it's not apparent just by playing through some lines, then I wouldn't put too much faith in it. You know? It's certainly not a critical mistake. A critical mistake would be something like, you know, you make some move and then your position is like bad. That would be like a critical mistake. Or like, let's say you took here and then white like took back and then you didn't really have a lot of compensation for the exchange. That would be a critical mistake. Isn't d4 the diagonal for the white bishop? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Can you clarify? Yeah. No, d5 clearly a very strong move because it takes a lot of space. But just because you didn't see this move doesn't mean that your move is bad. It just means your move is not as strong. But your move to me, I'll tell you, yeah, from human point of view, certainly makes sense. Would it be nice if we found d5 here? Absolutely. This looks like a really strong move. Definitely it's an idea we want to kind of take away from this game. But I wouldn't feel bad about playing b4 there. But this one, certainly we can learn from this one because it threatens d4. And it's not easy for white. White doesn't have like white doesn't have an easy way of dealing with this threat. Nothing like super convincing, because if knight moves, then we're taking on e4. Now this bishop is actually trapped. So how does white like them apples? So yeah, d5 poses some problems. Maybe bishop g5. But now b4 might be stronger. Have I used decode chess? No, not much. Oh, so you actually saw d5. Oh, I wish you mentioned that. But didn't play it because of the diagonal. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, so that's a good example of when we make a decision for vague strategic grounds. Like, there might be some tactics here, but if there are no tactics, then your pawns are just dominating. So this is one of those things, it's like, sure, you want to be careful, but you don't want to be too careful. Because if we're just always avoiding open lines for the opponent, that's going to be very detrimental to our play. Because again, d5 could be the best move and we're rejecting it on positional grounds, not so much on tactical ones. So if there's a reason this move is bad, we want to find it. Like, is there a tactic or not? Because if there's not, your position is good. So this wouldn't be one I want to avoid just based on the diagonal is open. Your opponent will have diagonals, but the question is whether they actually have any real follow-up or not. It's not enough to just have one diagonal. There has to be some kind of like, follow-up. Yeah, absolutely. So actually, I would encourage you to watch the replay of the VOD because we actually looked at this game from White's point of view earlier. Your opponent, Paul, submitted it himself. So you might, we analyzed, this position for a little while, so you might get some value out of that. And we did look at the end game a little bit, not
a whole lot. My evaluation was that basically the endgame is already really good for black. So from white's point of view, it wasn't such an interesting endgame to look at. Yeah, because basically I just felt like, well, black here is already cruising. But I think you played this part really, really well since you're here. So kudos on that. Like trading rook a knight d5, rook a8. I thought this was all good. Yeah. Why rook c2 instead of knight d5? Yeah, reasonable question. My guess is maybe rook d2. And we don't exactly get the play that we're looking for. But with knight d5, okay, white played rook c1. The rook is actually quite annoying on the a file because this is a really big target. And now actually, okay, this is again more of a tactical thing because here two pieces for white end up hanging. Yeah, absolutely. Okay guys, we are now approaching 4 hours. But we don't have a lot of games left. So let me go to Pleef's game. And then maybe we'll do break time after that. Pleef, hopefully you're still around. Sweet. Okay, cool. Okay, so Pleef just wanted to learn from the mistakes. Yeah, sounds good. So let's take a look. Knight g5, h6, we took here. Yeah. So yeah, knight g5, definitely not a great move. But do you already understand why this isn't a good move? Or yeah, you're saying shouldn't have moved there in the first place, but cause it actually worked out nicely, but you're saying shouldn't have. But so why is that? Yeah, should have continued developing. Yeah, exactly right. So you've already understood this one, so we don't have to harp on it too much. Basically, my feeling about this kind of move is that it's like, essentially I call this like a one move threat. You make one move, you make one threat, and in general, if your opponent is, paying attention, it should be pretty simple to defend against the threat. They can go c6, and this is a useful move for black, kind of blunting our bishop and taking control over the center. And then our knight on g5 is, yeah, not clear what it's doing there. And black can also go knight c6. And, if you take, you're doubling their pawns, but you're also giving up your light-squared bishop. So I would say that's a big no-no, because then one day this bishop will show up on h3, and you won't have a good time here as white. So knight c6. So basically, when we make these kinds of one-move threats, it's actually really easy for the opponent to defend, and then it doesn't really help our position. So maybe a move like knight h4 would be worth considering, because here you actually have two threats. And two threats are harder to deal with than one threat, right? For obvious reasons. So here we're attacking b7, and we're threatening to, take on f5, grab the light-squared bishop, and maybe weaken black structure a little bit. So that would be kind of nice. But probably black goes back and defends both threats with this nice move, bishop c8. And then you probably have nothing better than to bring your knight back to the center. Okay, so as you're saying, yeah, it definitely would have been better for you to just keep developing here. Maybe, Pleefers, you have some other move in mind that you would suggest for white? Like, what would be your improvement if you had this position again? What do you think white should do here instead of knight g5? In terms of developing, how would we continue developing here?
Yeah, I mean, question for everyone, absolutely. So d4, certainly good move. Just taking the center. And then getting ready to develop the bishop somewhere. Bishop g5, bishop f4. Eventually queen can go to d2 behind the bishop. Rook c1, rook d1, etc. To that effect, b3 I think also very reasonable. Just putting the bishop on the fianchetto. Here it's kind of like a double fianchetto setup. I think perfectly reasonable for white too. Then again, you can play d4 here. You can try a kind of quieter approach with d3. That makes sense. As long as your rooks are eventually getting connected, that's good development. Queen b3 might be okay. This is kind of a sharp move, trying to take here. I think in general, black can probably defend against this one, and it's not a big deal, and we'll still want to continue like d4 and stuff. Although here again, knight h4 is kind of annoying. So I'm not sure exactly what black would do here. Yeah, or knight d4, yeah. Yeah, that would be somewhat annoying to take on f5. So this could be kind of interesting, provocative move. Because if black plays b6, then that's just like just like alarm bells should be ringing. Yeah, knight d4 instant, and yeah, that's probably just like GG. So queen b3, very interesting move. Black might even want to do something like bishop c8, which loses time, and then white should definitely be fighting for advantage. Yeah. Okay, so lots of options there. Again, any of the developing moves I think would have been fine, but you understand this one. So knight g5, we took here, knight d7. So h6, mistake from black, and we took. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. Y for D. Too queasy. Welcome to the channel. So we get this rook, knight d7, and yeah, could have taken the exchange. What did we think about taking the exchange, right, and then dropping with the knight back to f3? Or why didn't we want to? Was there a reason we didn't take the exchange, or what happened? Yeah, Lan Zamirdis, I am just analyzing games from our classical event. So if you have games from the Dojo Classic, feel free to submit. I'll give you guys the instructions there in chat. So you can submit via Discord or Twitch. Yeah, you could say that the bishop is maybe worth more than the rook, but that's exactly the question. Was that the thinking for white here, or was it something else? Because maybe it was something else. So Pleafer says, I thought adding one more threat would make it harder for him. Yeah, so right, feels like you're kind of doing typical thing when we're trying to apply like strategic thinking in a position that's really more about like concrete analysis. So playing this move e4, and just the point is like, I'm just trying to add more threats, that's very vague, right? It's not clear what exactly we're going for. We're just making moves and hoping they work out. But as a chess player, what we're trying to do is kind of analyzing the lines concretely, evaluating them one by one, and then choosing the best option, right? So you select your options, you evaluate them one by one, and then you choose the best option, right? That's kind of the path. Here, it's sometimes enough to find one good option and then go for it, right? Because if you find an option where you get an advantage, then you're good. Now, e4 might be a good move. It just depends on the calculation, right? It's a very concrete move. So there's no strategic way to kind of suss out whether this move is good. You know what I mean? There's no way to just like determine like, oh, e4 has to be good because like this, and this. It's more like e4, what does black play? Can black save their pieces? If not, then good, we're winning. If black can save their pieces, then it's not good. So that's kind of, that's what we mean by being concrete versus just trying to like logically think through your options. I hope this is making sense, because we're in a tactical situation. When things are tactical, we got to be like very sharp, like move by move. Like I want to play e4. I'm expecting my opponent to play this one, or I'm expecting my opponent to play hg. Then I'm going to take, and then I like that position for white for whatever reason. So e4, we played rook b8, or black played rook b8. We took, rook takes b7. Now we essentially traded light squared bishops. It might still be okay for white, I'm not really sure. But knight on g5 is hanging. And unfortunately we don't have time to take. It would be awesome if we could take, and then if black takes back, we have knight e6, right? Winning the exchange. But unfortunately on fg, black is probably just taking our knight, and we're not in time. Yeah, so concretely, your opponent found really nice move, rook b8, nice counterattack. That's a good move. Good move by black. Maybe there's something else like bishop g4 possible as well, but in general, I think rook b8 is a decent move. But yeah, to answer the question, we definitely should have just taken the rook, I think. So we win the rook, black takes the bishop, and then we bring the knight back. So yeah, this is definitely worth more than the bishop pair. Because rook is just worth more than the bishop. It would take something dramatic for black to get a lot of, like a ton of compensation here. There's some compensation. This is certainly annoying, but I think this was still the way to go for white. Though I wouldn't say white is just like winning here. It's definitely not an easy position at all. But yeah, we have to do this one for sure. Okay, e4, rook b8 takes here, queen f3, knight c5, d4, love d4, fantastic move. Just counterattacking, leaving your knight here, which is fine because if black takes this one, we're taking here, and then we have the rook hanging, and we have this one hanging. So white seems to be doing well. So I really like d4. That's excellent move. So knight e4, take, and knight c5. Now we're doing good. Black blundered a piece, it seems. I mean, at least should have taken here. But it looks like black blundered the piece. Nice. Rook d1. Love it. This was great. Okay, this one we definitely have to talk about, because you played really well up until here. So we're not going to talk about the part that you did well, because that's not the part we can improve. You did well there, so you already know what you're doing. But this one we had a little bit of tunnel vision. Yeah, playing way too fast. Way too quick. I think you already know what you missed. Probably. Wait, queen trade? What are we talking about? Yeah, what queen trade? I'm not understanding. Oh, wait. Wait, you mean bad for us for the rook to be on f3? Or bad for... Oh, so you're looking at knight f8. Oh, okay, good. So what was the issue? Right, so takes, you take, black takes your queen. So I guess we just miscalculated here. Because we grabbed the rook, dude. We grabbed the rook and the queen. Yeah, so black grabbed the queen, but you grabbed the rook and the queen. So you grabbed extra rook in the process. So I think we just miscounted something. Yeah, because once you see you're grabbing a rook, that's it. You don't have to look at anything else. That might not even be the best move according to the engine. I don't even know what the engine wants to do. Yeah, according to the engine, your move queen e4 is not even a mistake. It's like white is just crushing. But yeah, this one was definitely, I think, just miscalculated. Because you have tons and tons of extra material. Yeah. But okay, this aside, you played a really good game. 97 is good. This is fantastic. That was just GG. No. I don't know, you made it seem like you made a ton of mistakes. No, I think you played like a really good game, dude. I mean, someone was guessing that you're like 1400 strength. Hopefully that's a nice compliment. Yeah, so this move e4 was not accurate, sure. We definitely should have just taken the exchange. But no, let me just review. So queen f3 was good. So this is good. Not just okay, good. Because you're like developing with tempo. You're improving your queen and you get a tempo, right? So black has no time to take on g5. The knight c5 d4 was great. Maybe you didn't realize that it was strong, but d4 is fantastic because you're developing with tempo. You're opening up the bishop and creating threat in the meantime. So your moves are accomplishing multiple tasks. So d4 was just great. Then your opponent blundered. You took. Good. All I can say. I mean, you took the piece. d5, knight c5. Fantastic. Here. Okay, b3, maybe not the best move. I honestly would have just thought about just developing here, or maybe even just like a3, rook c4, and then here. And then the rook is just very dumb on c4. So you're up the piece here. So you can give up one pawn and you're doing good. But okay, b3 was fine. Bishop a3 was great. Attacking the rook and developing. So another move where you're developing with tempo. So good move. Rook a d1. Very good move. Very good move. Because if we had taken here, then black can take this one, and we lose a lot of stability. All of our stuff is kind of under attack. Rook d1 keeps the stability because we kind of keep our nice center pawn. And then takes. We're up the piece, you know, we're in total control. When you have the extra piece, what we're looking for is to keep control over the position. We're not trying to like keep as much material as possible. That's nice, but really what we want is control. Yeah, exactly, Leafy. My point exactly. Now, you might have had better moves here. Like this might have been crushing, you know, for all I know, because we're taking a pawn and then we have 96 coming and like, you know, that could be huge. But your level, I think, was really good in this game. Yeah, so rook e1, maybe not the best move. Maybe taking again would have been better. And then takes queen d5 check. So there are clearly misses. There are clearly moments where we could have played better. But for the most part, like, you played very quality game. Knight d5, attacking with tempo. Like, all your moves are improving your pieces. Like, this is good. In general, this is good. Yeah, f6 here, totally fine. Then we took this one, winning the exchange. Again, totally fine. Or maybe your idea was rook e7. That would have been good too. Rook f5. Okay, and then we had like kind of small miss here. Knight takes f8. So ultimately you did good. I think the main thing we should be working on, pretty typical, is just the concrete play. So how do you work on that? You gotta open up that tactics trainer, unfortunately. Yeah, you just gotta grill those tactics. Grill, grill, grill. Just bust them out. Oh yeah, 97. You improve your tactics, you will definitely improve your game. Because I feel like you're playing well, but of course we have a lot to go with the visualization and calculation, so that's what we have to work on. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad it's helpful. That's why we do these. That's why we do them. Because they're helpful. Because they're helpful. Yeah, you're very close. I will say you can definitely afford to spend a little bit more time during the game. Like looking at the game, I think you're spending maybe 1 or 2 minutes on average per move. Maybe a few more minutes than that on some moves, but we can definitely afford to spend more time on our moves. Especially when the situation is really tactical, there's like a lot you could be calculating there. So in classical game, you have 90 minutes on your clock. That's what it's there for, to use it and think about what could happen and try to just evaluate different lines. And okay, I want to go here. If they go here, I'm taking this. That looks good for me. So it's like you choose a line, you calculate it, you evaluate it. You choose another line, you calculate it, you evaluate it. You choose a third line, you calculate it, you evaluate it, and then you just choose your best option, you know. So you can bounce between the lines. That's totally allowed. You don't have to just stick with one line only and then that's it. But that's kind of the thought process, the very concrete thought process we want to have. You calculate a line, you evaluate it, you move to the next line, you evaluate it. If you got to switch back and forth, you have to fix your evaluation, do whatever you have to do. But yeah, we want to have like a clear line followed by the evaluation. Okay, so I hope that was, instructive for everyone. All right, guys. Any general advice on how to turn the game into these types of tactical messes? Well, taking your time and looking for different opportunities. That's the main thing, is just not doing the obvious move, but taking your time and looking for options. Yeah, it's much longer than 90-30, I know. But you can play in between. You can play 30 minutes per side, 45 minutes. So it's not like, of course, you don't have to only play classical, even though that's very, very helpful. All right, guys, let's see where we're at. It's 7 p.m. Pacific time. So let's see, where are we at? Wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Nice. Well, thanks for all the follows. Ozzy Morris, Z1, Neben. We are trying to get to, I think 15,000 followers is actually our next goal. 15. But we're very close to 12,000. Road to 12K. Rapidly approaching. We're at 11,942. That's the official count. But we're doing good on the follows, guys. Doing real good. Yeah. Let's see here. So David will be coming on in a little while at 9 p.m. I think that might be it for me. Hey, Sakori with the sub. Thanks so much. Let me check our schedule here. We just posted our schedule for the week, by the way, earlier today. You can find it in the Discord
or on our Twitter. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if David is coming back tonight. That might be the end of our streams for today. But David will be back tomorrow for the Post-Mortem, and then we got the US Chess School. And Jesse will be around in the morning. He's very close to completing his 2700 quest. So he's working on it, guys. He's working on it. But he's really close to achieving that. I think he's going to be continuing. I'm not sure if there will be a candidate stream because Nepo won. So I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep a little bit tomorrow. I'm not going to be starting the coverage from the beginning of the round. But maybe Jesse will, because that's actually normal time. So Jesse might stream the last games. I'm not sure. It'll be up to him. But he'll definitely be doing his 2700 quest. Yeah. All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up there. Getting kind of tired, but that was a lot of fun. Hopefully people learn from the games. And if you missed it, you can check out the VOD afterwards. Hopefully this one gets posted to our new YouTube channel as well, where we're posting all of our VODs for the stream and stuff, or most of our VODs, not all of them probably. But yeah, guys, it was fun. Yeah, hopefully we all learned something. I just want Dojo to get stronger. We just want you guys to all get stronger. So we'll work on it one game at a time, or one day at a time. Something at a time. One something at a time. Alright, guys. Sorry I couldn't get to everyone's games. I have a couple more games in the dock, but yeah, I think that's going to be it for today's stream. So let's find a raid here real quick. And we'll keep the stream going. Let's see, who haven't we raided in a while? Should we raid Andres? I feel like we should raid Andres. Oh, GM Canty, he's analyzing his Charlotte tournament. Let's raid Canty. We saw him in the sub battle just yesterday. We'll go say hello. Give him a big Dojo welcome, guys. And yeah, thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thanks for all the follows, guys. We'll see y'all later. Tell James we said hello.